Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Hello, hello. Oh my God. Hello, everybody. How you doing tonight? We had to switch our schedule around because of this Delphi video, y'all. I'm shook. Did you guys see it? Hello, Kiki. Hello, Robat. I'm on here so you guys can join me tonight. Here is the link. Here's the link if anybody wants to come up. Hey, Sherry. Hey, Amy. Misty Ann is so shook. Hey, Northern Beans. Hey, Franny. Hi, Carrie. They're all going to laugh at you. Amanda, Amy, One-Eyed Flobo, Nash, Kiki. Hi, Miss Sherry, baby. You haven't seen it yet. All right, well, let me get it pulled up, and we're going to take a look at it. This is wild. I put the short. It uploaded as a short on my channel, so you guys can see it there, too. But let me get it pulled up here. This is wild. So his lawyers released this on their website. You're not alone, Chica. A lot of people did. A lot of people were very shook by this. And I think it just brings a lot of anxiety to, how we were already feeling about this conviction and this case and everything else. Well, hello there, Amy Darcy Marie. Good to see you. Hello, Kels. Hey, Ludwig. Good to see you. Uninvited ghetto. Yeah, you can hear they're scared. It's pretty raw. Hey, Shell. Jerry, this case is weird and I don't know how to feel. I know. Here, let's play it once.
See, this is the path that we go down. There's no path going there, so we have to go down here. Hi.
Can I turn it up? Yeah. Hold on. I actually have another version. Let me pull up the other version. Body. I don't know if Body's here. I didn't see her yet. Vince. But Body kind of enhanced the audio on this one. Hold on. I did not mess with it yet. But here is Body's with it a little bit louder. Let's see if you guys can hear this better. The beginning is kind of loud because it is enhanced. But bear with me. What's up, Body?
I am shook, Jay.
Girl, me too.
I mean, I posted this like an hour ago or something, and I'm still like kind of like shake. I'm serious. Like my hands are shaky. Like you can feel it in my body. Like 8 years we wanted to see this, right? Like I
know.
I'm a little shook. So forgive my voice for.
No, you're okay. I understand totally. I totally understand. You did the metadata though, and it looks like it's the original.
Yeah, if so from the website that it's been released on, if you just download the video and look at the metadata, it was recorded when they said it was recorded. And they mentioned that the GPS coordinates were like jumping, from like the bridge to the high school.
Yeah.
And the GPS coordinates are in the metadata, and they're just like south of the high school. So it appears that this is the original video, like raw from the phone.
Wow. So do
Yeah.
you know offhand how close Ron Logan's house was to the high school where it was
It's
bouncing from?
it's further away from the bridge than
Mm,
the yeah, it's further away. So
further
the
away.
it's in the opposite direction actually.
Name Music City.
It's nowhere near I'm sorry. I'm like still kind of
You're
like
okay.
freaking out.
I want to
It,
play your enhanced
okay, yeah,
audio though. Let's
I'll
play
mute.
that.
I'll mute.
Okay.
See, this is the path that we go down. There's no path going there, so we have to go down here.
Hey guys.
Hi.
Yeah, I'm here.
Mm.
And then they said in trial that she said, I think they said Abby's, oh, of course, my dogs start barking immediately.
They're okay.
Abby said that be a gun. And I scanned the video and I can't find anything, but there is an area where Libby, I think it's at 12 seconds, says something that could be taken for that be a gun, but that's not how we talk in America, right? We don't, you know what I mean? Like, I think she says
That
that
be
we
a
go,
gun. Yeah.
I think she says that we go down. So I think because it's really important that the bridge guy has a gun, right? Like it's really important for the trial for Richard Allen's conviction, right?
Right.
Because there was no gun used in the actual crime.
Right. But
Okay.
something got him down the hill, right?
Right. And they kind of wait there for a little while at the end of the bridge, like they're waiting for him. So it makes it kind of feel like they were being controlled with something, right? Like
It is weird how they just stand there.
it is. So, but I don't think she says that's a gun. I think she says that we go down.
Let's listen
But
again.
okay, I think it's at 12 seconds.
I'll give you guys a warning.
See, this is the path
This is 10 seconds.
that we go down.
That
That
right
be a
there.
gun? Yep. I heard that. I heard that.
Yeah, right there.
That we go down.
I don't know if she says that be a gun though.
I don't either. I feel
That
she
we go
said
down.
What do you think she says?
that we go down.
That we go down.
God, that's fucking chilling.
I know.
Path
That we
that
go.
we go down.
This is the path that we go down.
That's what I think. Yeah. I don't think she says that be a gun.
No, I think she said that is the path that we go down.
I think
See, this is the path that we go down.
and then Abby says don't leave me up here, but Libby says that we go down, I think. Abby says because Abby's doesn't she's like, don't leave me up here.
There's no path going there, so we have to go down here.
Hey guys.
Hi.
Yeah, I'm here.
She goes,
But it's really important for the state that he has a gun, right? So the state I'll have to go back and look at my trial notes, but I could swear that they said that one of the girls said that be a gun, right? And it's important for the state to make sure that bridge guy has a gun, right? Because of the magic bullet, right?
right.
God, I'm freaking out.
He does say guys down the hill.
He does. He
Let me
says
play it.
guys, and
Let
then
me
I
play it
think
in its entirety again. Go ahead. What'd you
at
go
the
ahead, finish.
end he says guys, and I think at Lib he says hi, and he says down the hill.
Oh, you think she's saying hi, not
It could be that. It could be It could be.
Does she seem startled by him
A little.
speaking? Yeah, because
A
like
little.
when he says guys, she's like, huh?
Yeah, she's like surprised, right? Like a hi or a you know,
Almost like she didn't expect him to maybe say anything.
maybe she thought he was going to
Just to
pass
walk
her.
past them.
Right.
And then he said guys, and they're like, huh, down the hill.
Mhm. Mhm.
So maybe she's talking just to Abby when she says we have to go down here. But
Right.
where were they going? Like,
Maybe they were
were they
trying
gonna explore or were they
well,
controlled, like you said?
that the end of that bridge is private property, so they can't go straight because there's a house there. It's like private property. There's like a little yellow um barricade up. So they have to go down one way or they have to cross the bridge to go
Or
back.
they have to go back. Right.
And I don't think they wanted to do that, right?
Right.
Cuz he's creepy McCreepy back there.
I mean, he's really close because they
He's
said they had to like majorly zoom in.
yeah. They made it seem like he was like a football field away.
Right. And they're right at the end of the bridge, pretty much. Like she's standing at the end of the bridge waiting on um Abby.
Mhm.
And he's not far behind.
Ludwig, you might absolutely be right. Yep. I mean,
I think they thought they were meeting Anthony Shots. I
yeah,
do.
that's entirely possible. I mean,
They wouldn't be meeting this old man. They're
no, of
probably
course
like, who the
not.
fuck is this guy? You know what I
Right.
mean? Like maybe they were expecting someone at the end of the bridge, but it wasn't him. Maybe they were expecting this cute Anthony Shots to show up. Let's play it again.
See, this is the path that we get on. It's a path. There's no path going there, so we have to go down here.
You guys?
Hi.
Yeah, yeah.
The way she says there's no path, we have to go down here. It sounds like she's like like somebody told them you're going to need to go down this hill or something and she's being like, "Well, we can't." Maybe again, maybe listen to that part at the end one more time because it sounds like she's like responding to an order or something. And he comes up and he's like, "Nope, down that hill."
You guys?
Hi.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my god.
See how she stops right here?
She does it's almost like it I feel like they're posing. Like, okay, it's go ahead
Take
and
my
go.
picture. Like,
Yep.
or like, take my picture.
Like they
Watch.
don't realize he's there initially.
Yeah, because she stops almost like,
Are you recording? You know, like that. Like,
yep. And look how close he is.
shit.
I mean, he's right fucking behind her. That would be so uncomfortable. That's what I think, BR. I think that Anthony Shots
Mm-hmm.
was the one that set up the meeting. Obviously, I mean, Keegan Kline admitted that he set up a meeting with them, didn't he?
Yep. He sure did.
Yep. And see, the whole thing that bothers me, Body, is that that whole part was kept out of the trial.
Oh yeah, they couldn't even bring him up. He was supposed to be a defense witness.
I
Yeah.
know. I thought he was
I
going to
don't
testify, and they kept that whole thing out.
Yep. They kept it all out. It's crazy.
It's very crazy.
I am like sweating. Like that, I'm like so and like for people who don't understand, we've been waiting 8 years for this. Like,
Well, and then we get it, and it doesn't make sense, right? Like, it doesn't seem to
right.
really match what we were told, so to speak. Here's the original again. I'm just floored at the detail and how clear it is, to be honest.
I am too. Like when we were talking about it, I was like, oh, this has to be the enhanced version. This has to be enhanced because it's so. Libby had an iPhone 6S. It's a pretty good phone, but I mean, it is so detailed, right?
Yeah, I don't remember like us seeing any videos that were that clear of this
I don't either.
rich guy.
I mean, even like the news footage isn't this clear.
No, I'm gonna find the news video that we've been watching and
Okay,
compare it.
I'm gonna go grab my earbuds because
Okay.
I got to get ready for this dinner and I need to walk around the house.
Okay, I see what they did. They zoomed in on him, but hey, Alabama,
Hey, man, that's sad.
dude, it is crazy. Here's
That
the
is.
original that we got, you guys. Check this out. Now, why is there all that background noise in that? You know what I'm saying? And then now go to this one
Yeah.
and listen to this one when he says it.
Okay, so it's the sound. It's the sound beneath their feet of like the rocks and the leaves.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
yeah.
Yep. So what
I
they
don't
did
know.
here was they fucking zoomed in on him,
I
which
don't
is
think that is Rich. I don't think that's Richard.
You ain't the only one, baby girl.
you don't think that's Richard?
I do not.
But isn't it wild? Like, look at okay, this video is from this is how much we've been messed with in this case. 5 years ago, we're told this is Bridge Guy. This guy that looks like Keegan Kline's jawline and stuff. We're told
Yep.
this is Bridge Guy. It's so weird. It doesn't even, I mean, the age doesn't match, nothing matches, but they're like, here you go. We're looking for this guy, right?
And it looks nothing like
Two
Richard
sketches,
Allen.
right? The guy with the cap and this one. There's two different sketches. Actually, three. There's three different sketches. There's also a leprechaun guy too.
Did they show us the video of her walking?
No, we've
We
never seen
only
it.
saw him, right?
We saw the Snapchat photo, right, of her on the bridge because that actually got posted to Snapchat. But we
Yeah,
never
we've only
saw.
seen him,
We've
right?
only seen that. Correct. Correct.
That's all I've ever seen too.
Kalina, it was Richard Allen's lawyers, from what we understand, have released it.
Can you? Am I loud? Because
No.
last. Okay, I just
Uh-uh.
want to make sure I'm not loud.
That's wild. This is wild.
Do you think it's him, Jay?
I don't. I'm not going to say it's not him. This is like the first case that I've ever had an uneasy feeling about when the verdict came out.
Yeah.
Like it just left me very unsatisfied. That doesn't mean he's not guilty. It just means it's the first time that's ever happened to me. I'm
Can
not
you
like
not slow down shorts on YouTube?
I don't know. I
don't
sent you
think
the raw
so.
video though. I think
I have I downloaded it from their website.
from their website. Okay.
Hmm. And it's really
I
good
don't think you
quality, but
can.
there's no slowing it down. Dang it.
Yeah, you could probably upload it straight
Okay,
to.
so this is what they did right here was where they got Bridge Guy. They slowed it down and zoomed in on him walking right in this part right here. Because that's the only time we really see him. Then he's
Yeah,
gone.
so they basically paused it and zoomed in,
Zoomed
right?
in
And then
on him.
mhm. And that's the only time. That's why it's so blurry and then and we knew that the voices were not, you know, at the time
God,
that the
he's
recording
close.
was.
Look how freaking close he is. That freaks me out.
And yeah, for sure.
So now we're left like, yeah, the Wallace, no, more questions than answers. The two
Yeah.
people who were at the trial said once they saw the vid, it was way different than what was previously shown, and that didn't make sense.
And my understanding too is that they only showed this video one time, and that was it. And then they showed the enhanced version, which is like the shaky one, and it's all unstabilized and sideways and crazy.
I
They
think
showed
to
that
myself,
one many times, but this one they only showed once, which
I,
is
I,
crazy.
I kind of think that it is like, I do believe that that is their murderer by no means, but I don't know if I believe it's Richard Allen that is in that video because
Well,
Richard
that's the
Allen's
thing.
face looks more slim.
And Richard Allen, in his confession that to Dr. Walla, said that he racked his gun. Can I say gun on YouTube? I don't know.
Yeah.
That he racked his gun on the bridge and that a bullet fell out because she was like, well, how did the bullet get under or in the dirt? And he was like, well, I racked my gun on the bridge. That's the magic bullet, right? The bridge guy has to have a gun in order for the state's case to really make any sense, even though it doesn't make a lot of sense. And that's why I think they said, oh, and Libby said, that's a gun. And I don't hear that. I
I
do
don't hear
not
that
hear
either.
that.
I don't
Here,
hear
let
her
me
say
play
that
it
either.
again. They want me to play the whole thing again.
See, this is
Yes,
the
Lola.
path that we go down. There's no path going there, so we have to go down here. Bye.
Do you see how
Hmm.
she comes running past her?
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
but I
she's
don't know.
scared.
But I don't know if she's scared of Bridge Guy or if she just wants to get off that damn bridge. You know
Well,
how like
that's what
you,
I pictured. Like she ran. See how
yeah.
I feel about this now that I've watched it again. I feel like this is how I feel. Like the guy behind them, it was uncomfortable, right?
Hmm.
So when Abby got to the end of the bridge and ran past her, I feel like Libby's like, there's no path, kind of just like talking because this guy's
Hmm.
coming. You know
Hmm.
how like when you're a teen and you're like uncomfortable, you'll like just
Yeah.
kind of make small talk and wait for this person to walk past or whatever.
Yeah.
It kind of seems like that. And then there he is. And then all of a sudden he's like, guys. And they're like, huh?
Someone is saying that they found another enhancement and they can hear a gun rack. And I don't know if you remember, but early on, Becky Patty, who's Liberty's grandma, said that she heard a gun rack in the video.
Oh, she did.
Yeah, I think it was at like CrimeCon 2019 or something.
Interesting. Well, let's
Um,
play your version again.
I don't know if I ever heard that. Do you guys,
Oh,
Tammy, do you know what time you heard that? Like what timestamp? Oh, I've got my earbuds in now, so maybe, yeah, okay.
oh, potato. I'm going to download this. She says she thinks that she whispers, is he running? I'll download it. And
Oh, really?
yeah, I'll download her enhancement in a second.
Oh, guys, and then the gun cock down the hill. Okay, okay, Tammy,
Okay.
thank you.
All right. Let's listen to yours again while I upload this.
Okay.
See, this is the path that we go down. There's no path.
Did she just say he's got a gun right
Yeah.
here?
Okay, I didn't hear that.
Hold on.
There's no path going there, so we have to go down here.
I heard something, like a whisper. Yeah.
Hey guys.
Hi.
Yeah, I'm here.
I listen, I'm not the audio, you know what I mean? Like you could probably find much better versions of an audio
Well, I think
enhancement.
you took like the background noise out is what
Yeah.
you did.
Play that
Yeah,
again,
because
Jay.
okay.
See, this is the path that we get on. It's a path.
I swear to God, right there, she said
Um,
he's
Said
got
he's
a
got a
gun.
gun.
I
I
heard
think
that. He's
I
got a gun.
Oh. Oh,
He does
really? Is
that.
that
Yep.
what Abby said? Abby
Listen
said that?
again. Yeah,
Okay.
after Libby says this is the path that we go down,
Okay.
you can hear her go, he's got a gun.
She does.
Listen again.
that we get on. It's a path.
Here, I'll rewind more.
See, this is the path that we get on. It's a path.
He's got a gun.
Oh, maybe. Yeah,
Um,
maybe.
There's
because
no
it's a
path
hard
So,
in.
going
Like,
there, so we have to go down here.
I
Hmm.
swear I heard it.
Maybe. Yeah, that could be it.
Oh God.
it's like a hard in.
Guys,
See, this is the path that we get on. It's a path.
He
He
took it
took it
out.
out.
He took it out. Yep.
I
he took
heard
it out.
that he took it out. No, it can't be slowed down, unfortunately, on YouTube and on StreamYards. I don't think if I play a video, I don't think you guys will hear
Can
it.
you upload it or maybe a better one to just YouTube videos?
I just did potatoes. Let's see what hers sounds like.
Okay.
I think she says he's got a gun.
It does sound like that. Or he took it out.
Okay, listen to this one.
See, this is the path.
I didn't hear shit.
It like cuts out on this one.
See, this is the
Yeah, I don't know what I'm supposed to be hearing there.
Yeah,
Me
it
neither.
cuts out the low pitch
Well,
part.
this isn't supposed to be something different. It's a whisper. Okay, in the very beginning.
Yeah.
Okay, listen again.
See, this is the
I can't understand it.
I can't either. I can hear a voice, like it sounds like Abby, but I can't understand what she's saying now. I wish we could maybe amplify that voice, just that one voice.
I do
7
too.
seconds. 7 seconds, Bolo said.
7 seconds?
Yeah, 7 seconds in, I'm guessing.
Who said that?
Bolo. Upper thigh.
Upper thigh.
Yeah.
Ben George's upper thigh.
Yeah. I think she just changed her name to Bolo.
and yeah.
There was a slight whisper right at 7 seconds, but I can't make it out.
I can't either.
Is he coming?
Maybe. Is he running?
It is.
I
Is he running?
Is
Is
he
that what it
running?
is?
Yes,
just
that's
got
what
the-
she's saying.
Oh my God, I got the chills.
I'm
But it sounds
Body-
like a dude.
Yep, it is. It does sound like a guy.
Mm. I got chills.
We
I
could
had-
just
That
be
was fucking
hearing
wild.
shit.
We could. Let's listen to bodies again.
yeah.
Yeah, that one's from my friend. Yeah.
See, this is the path.
Like, what is that in the beginning? What is that? Is that just Libby, like, making noise? Let's go to the Orig.
This case has never felt right to me.
Okay, so right here. Is he behind me? Is that what she says? Is he behind me? See how she looks up? Watch. Her mouth almost moves like it's her.
I think it is her.
Her mouth moves. I think she says something like, "Is he behind me?" Watch again. I wish I could zoom in and do all this stuff, but I can't on this
I can on my
StreamYards. I mean, I can on my computer, but like if I was on Streamlabs, I would be able to like really zoom in on the screen. It sounds like it's Libby to me saying something like, "Is he behind me?"
I think it's Abby. Is he behind me?
Or I mean Abby. That's what I meant.
Yeah. I think. Oh my god!
Yeah.
I think that's it. I think that's
That's
it. I think
it.
that's it. Is he
I do
behind
too.
me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she knows that dude's back there and she stops like, "Is he behind?"
Like she senses
She
him.
almost,
Right, like, is he
yeah,
gonna turn
bothered.
around? You know what I
Oh my
mean? Because
god!
remember, he said he was on those platforms.
Right, because he was looking at
Wait
the
a second.
fish, right?
So if he was standing on the platform and started following them after they walked past, if he was on a platform down here, maybe she thought he could have stopped at this platform. You know,
Yeah.
is he behind me still? Like, here, watch again.
Yeah.
Yep. Is he behind me? Yep. I agree.
And she kind of pauses for a second.
Yeah.
Is he behind me?
Oh, God.
She
Those poor
sensed him.
girls.
Oh,
I
they're
I'm
They're so
telling you, I
brave,
think
though.
it's her. I don't think that's Libby.
And I feel like Libby was trying to remain calm. Like you can hear Libby, she's so calm and sweet, right? Like,
I think they were scared.
I do too. I do too.
Oh, let me show you guys. I paused it on that.
I'm getting the chills. Like
Ugh.
like when the verdict came down, I was in a freaking Aritzia checking out, and I bawled all the way to my car.
Oh yeah, I
Sat in my car and just cried.
I know you said this is your Chris Watts. Like for me,
this
you
is
know,
my Chris Watts. Yeah, this is my Chris Watts.
and if
Yeah.
something new came out, I would probably be shaking too.
Yeah, you would, right? Like something like Nicole was involved or something, right? Like
Right, new video
wouldn't
showing her or
right.
some shit. I'd be like, "Oh my god!" But look
Yeah,
at her
and
face. This is when she says
Oh
whatever
my
she
god, you
says.
can see like
Do you think she's scared? What I mean, is she
That is
like, "What's
sheer
going
fear.
on?"
That's
that. Yeah,
fear.
that's looks like fear to me.
That looks like sheer fear to me. Like she is probably scared to death. I truly believe that he said something to them before she
Before?
started videoing. And that's why she started videoing. It's because her
Mm,
instincts kicked in and she was like, something's wrong. Something's not
you're
right.
right. You're right. So something could have happened previously where they were, you know, kind of on guard. You look so pretty, Body.
I think
You
so.
do.
Everybody always looks pretty.
I know she's always all done up,
Yeah.
I know.
looking sexy.
Like,
My
I
I
head
love
is
wish.
I love being on the panel with Bobby because I feel so famous.
Oh, stop.
body's
Stop
just
it.
moldy.
Alabama. So funny.
Stop it.
Yeah,
Oh my
I
god.
see she's scared, man. And then in the video she starts running. You know?
Yep, I
She
feel like
runs
that.
off it.
Yep, that's why she runs past. Is I think that something happened prior to this, and that's what I do when I'm scared. I pick up my phone and record just like that. Even today, I still do that. And I believe that she's videoing, pretending like she's not doing anything, and that's why you're seeing the ground in the video so much. Is because she's trying to get as much as she can without being noticed.
I agree.
Like even as an adult at 32, I still do that today. Whenever something kicks in, I
I see
instantly
that.
started videoing.
Y'all,
I
look at Cricket
agree.
just said, look at his foot behind her. See how
Yeah, I
close
know.
he is? It's like he's gaining speed or something.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's closing the
And
distance.
she doesn't want to turn around.
No,
Right.
because she's scared.
She's scared. It's like
That's your frozen face. Like you're like that's really
it's
Idaho.
Like,
4.
I just
this
need
is
to get
Idaho 4, right? This is Dylan. She doesn't want to. She doesn't want to look. She doesn't want to really face
right.
reality, right?
Yep.
That's just sad.
It's
Oh
so
my God,
scary.
so sad.
We were really trying to say the same thing at the same time, Body. Like,
Yeah.
Mm.
About an hour and a half ago, Tiffany.
The frozen shock phase.
That's sheer terror right there. Like
You can
she
see
knows.
his foot, Robat. See his
Yeah.
foot, like, right next to her
It-
thigh?
Yeah, he's probably like 5 foot from her, 10 foot at the most.
She
it's
can probably
uh,
hear him, right?
yeah, because the bridge.
Oh, God, those boards. Have you ever watched anybody walk that with a GoPro?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, man.
And I
Just the
think she was.
sound, you know?
I think she took off running by her friend, trying to get as much distance between her and him as she could. And I do believe that she said he's got a gun, which makes me also go back to consider something has happened before this video. Something caused this video to start being created.
Well,
Something caused them to, their instincts to kick in immediately for them to be like, huh, something's not right here.
Alabama, if you watch at the very beginning, Abby is like, it's almost like she's stopped and she's waiting for Libby to turn the camera on and start recording. Like they're posing. Like
Right.
it's so, initially, I don't really think they realized he was there.
But I have to disagree a little bit because when the phone changes orientation,
Hmm.
if she didn't know he was there, I feel like she would have still been holding it up.
Yep.
I feel like she put it down because she
That's
didn't
true.
want him to know.
Yeah.
She wanted
That's
to act like
true.
she
So
was just
maybe
holding
at
it.
first,
I
and
think
then
I
Mhm.
when Libby said, is he still behind me or whatever she says, maybe that's when she starts to get more alarmed
Yeah.
And I
because
don't
she
think
sees that this guy is not turning around.
I
Yeah,
don't think
maybe.
that they went to the end to video. I think that they were videoing on the bridge originally. Something caused
Correct.
them to go off that bridge.
I don't think they actually intended to go all the way to the end of the bridge
I don't either.
You don't.
because because it's private property. There's like there's nothing there. There's like a yellow barricade thing, you know, to go onto Eric Weber's parents' property.
Yeah, that's
This
why
is
she
like a
says.
nightmare. This is like a freaking nightmare.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
why she says there's no path. It's because
Mm.
something made them go down that hill before he said go down the hill. Like
Yeah.
something
There,
was shuffling them down that bridge more and more.
and
That's
it
how I
wasn't
feel.
said by a man,
I'm gonna
obviously.
unmute.
I
They
wonder if we ever found out. Robat has a good point. She thinks they were sending a Snapchat to Anthony Shots to tell them they were there.
Oh,
Did we ever find out from their phone?
but
Yes, I will. Bummed cigarette.
Jay, what to do a Snapchat, you have to be in the actual Snapchat, like, right? I'm not a Snapchat, like, look at my Snap score. I'm just saying.
Well, was this recorded to her phone or was
I
it a
think
Snapchat video?
you
Because
can't.
I thought she got her phone out and hit record.
I
I
think
I
this is
didn't.
her raw phone. This is her raw
Right.
phone recording. This
So
isn't a
this
Snapchat
wasn't a
video.
Snapchat.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, I
People
think
were saying it was a Snapchat, but she was talking to Anthony Shots on Snapchat, and that's who they set up the meeting with. So maybe they did reach out to him when they were there. Do we know? Like, did we?
I don't
Like,
know.
did we
I
ever get? I don't think we ever got the information that was on their phone.
We didn't. We
No.
did get that she talked to one of her friends at school because her friend at school was also there that day and they had just missed each other and they had chatted this girl, but we didn't really get any other, like we got like Libby called her and Betty called her and her dad called her and stuff like that, but we didn't get much else.
I think that this was a Snapchat.
There was
Because
a
I
picture on Snapchat of Libby.
There were two pictures. There was the bridge picture, like the black and white one, and then one
Oh,
of
right.
Abby.
But
Yeah.
the video was taken with her phone, like actually recorded on the iPhone.
That's my understanding. And when I looked
Right.
at the metadata, that's also what it looks like. It was recorded with Apple QuickTime. You know, it's an MOV. It had the
Yeah.
GPS coordinates. It's because I pulled
because
the
it's,
metadata on this video.
okay, well then
It
that
looks
makes me
different
think.
on Snapchat too, because I've just opened Snapchat for the first time in
Mhm.
a long time. and it would have shown, like, if she was recording it on her phone, it would have shown the like Snapchat icons and stuff like on
Yeah,
the
no, there was nothing.
Then this makes me think that there is something that caused this to kick in then, because they were on Snapchat taking pictures with the like the filter,
Mm-hmm.
and then when they turn that off and instantly turn their camera on, they're not taking pictures no more. Like now there's something that's triggered a fright
Yeah,
for
that's
like
entirely.
this isn't just them taking pictures anymore. Something's kicked in that's caused them to know that time is of the essence and they need to get as much as they can.
NH Girl said maybe Anthony Schatz said, meet me down the path at the other side of the bridge.
Maybe.
Or the thing is, I'm thinking maybe they're planning on sending this video to him, like taking like a capturing, like, you know,
Like we're here.
Yeah, like candids, and then sending it maybe on Snapchat, and then in the process they pick up on the bridge guy, and they pick up on maybe.
See, I think they already were sus of bridge guy. I think something was said or something happened prior.
See, when the video first starts, I don't get
'Cause
the impression that they're afraid of him. I think
She-
as it
yeah.
progresses, I feel they get like, oh,
Really?
wait a minute.
I agree,
But
Baudi.
then I also argue with myself, Jay, because I'm like, I don't really think they intended to go to the end of the bridge. And I think the only reason they went to the end of the bridge is because they didn't want to cross paths with this guy again.
Yep, I think that
So
there
I
was something
argue
that
with
caused
myself
them.
on that.
I think that there was already there was afraid when they started the video. In my opinion, I don't think that this was going to be sent to nobody because it's more or less just the ground. Who would you know what I mean? Like, who would that video need to go
Well,
to?
maybe initially, and then it changed because she does change the orientation. Like that is not how she wanted to record a video.
Right.
And then recording the ground, you know. BR said Kline is the name of the first guy I heard about. What happened to that guy? Could he have been the Anthony Schatz guy? Well, we do know BR. He is
He
the
is.
Anthony Schatz guy, and he's in prison for other child porn.
Like 60 charges or something, I think.
Yeah, he took a deal. So it makes me wonder. I don't know, you guys.
And he
I'm not
admitted,
so quick to think that it's not because he was in the same town that he lived in the same town that Richard Allen's parents lived in, and Richard Allen went to his parents that day. So
and they searched that river behind his house.
yes, they
You
did.
know, I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot with Keegan and his dad. There's a lot.
Like, could it have been something? And I'll play the whole video in a second here, but could it have been something like this where Keegan was like the one to set up meetings and then give these accounts to someone else to log into?
I guess like a middleman.
Well,
Yeah,
Jay,
like
if
get
you
the
remember,
connection made, right?
when they interrogated Keegan, they basically told him, "We know that your account has been logged into from other devices."
Yes, I do remember that.
So yeah, that's what you just
Like, could that
proposed is
be
entirely
like,
possible.
could that be something he was doing? You know, like, hey,
Mm-hmm.
pay me for this. You know, the connections there. They're gonna be, you know,
They're ready to go. They're
Right.
expecting someone.
right. Log
They're
in
down.
and because remember also, Body, after there was a message between Anthony Schatz and someone else, and they never told us who. And
It
they
was somebody
said,
from her
"Oh,
school.
did you know? Did you show or not that one? Not did you hear what happened? But there was another one where they said something like the girls didn't show up.
Oh yeah,
It was when
I forgot
Keegan
about
found
that.
out. When Keegan found out they were
Yes.
murdered.
How would he know? How would he know? Like, to say
I need a
that.
cigarette. This is too
Yeah,
much.
the person.
I'm taking Body. I just took out my blood pressure medicine and something for my anxiety.
I need
The
a
person
cigarette.
said something like,
Hi, kitty.
fuck, I can't even remember. Let's watch this again. Yeah, I know you guys want to see it, so I'll play it.
See, this is the path that we get on.
Oh, I hurt.
There's no path going there, so we have to go down here.
你reist?
Bye.
Ja, mehr.
Oh my god.
So I don't. It takes him a few seconds to catch up, right? Like
It seems like it,
No,
but they stand there for a good
I know it seems
4
like
seconds or
forever.
I
something.
think he was maybe showing them what like reinforce. You know how sometimes people will. I
Oh
think
God.
they see the gun, gun or whatever, and he is holding them and like basically holding that there to show him like he's meaning business, and maybe that's why he's not talking.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's like his way of speaking without speaking.
Yeah, maybe. And
Is
it does
this where their
sound
clothes and stuff was found down here in this water on
no.
this side? It was the
Yes.
other side, right?
No, it was down kind of more
But it
just
was in
it was that
side,
side
right?
of yeah, it was
Mhm.
that side, yeah. Very near to where they went up the hill, basically, up the hill to the final resting place or the scene. I'm freaking out. Sorry, you guys.
No,
So
no.
when he's saying guys down the hill, this is what I keep getting their names confused for some
It's
reason.
okay.
Abby. This is Abby like looking like how the hell, I mean, how did they even get down there?
They just slid. I have some really good photos of the area.
I mean, I've seen it, but it's just
Yeah.
like wild when you see it
Well,
from this perspective.
when they did the autopsy, and they had Abby's clothes, her entire backside, her shirt, her back, and her butt was
They
covered in dirt.
literally slid down.
Yeah.
And I mean, we know she was wearing Libby's clothes, because they,
Ugh.
but yeah, the entire back was covered in dirt. Additionally, Abby's bare back was covered in dirt as well.
Hmm.
So she was, you know, yeah. At some point, she was on the ground
It's
without clothes, which I don't know.
right. So Bridge Guy must have slid as well.
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
And remember there was, what was it, Betsy or Betty
Betsy, yep.
saw someone covered in mud?
Yeah, she said that he was muddy and bloody
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
So would he
walking
have
down the
had
road.
to climb back up to go
No,
back?
because he went through the other side of the woods through the cemetery out to the route. So
Right.
he didn't go up back through the park at all. He just went from the woods to the graveyard to the road.
Oh, I see.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Isn't that
Yeah.
fucking chilling though?
I've
Just to see her
literally
standing there.
reached out to Andrea Burkhart on this one. Like I mean, this has not sat well with me. I've this oh god. This
Is
makes me
is Indy in here by any chance?
I
Indy, are
hope
you here?
so.
Okay. She might not be.
Sorry, I had to step away for a second to make my kids a sippy cup.
You're okay.
Okay.
I'm just kind of pausing it because we can't slow it down, which sucks. But it looks like here, like Abby is walking, or Libby, God dang it. Libby's still walking like the same route, like,
Jay, I'm gonna
right?
upload it to an actual video. You know what I mean? Give me a minute.
Yes.
While you're doing that, I'll do
It
this.
wouldn't do it. I uploaded it and it automatically made it a short.
Yeah, I think I can do it on my computer. Not my yeah. Give me a minute. Let me see.
That's what I did. I did it on my computer and it
Oh,
automatically made it
really?
a short.
Oh,
It didn't give
shoot.
me an
Okay.
option. Maybe on the phone? Tattletelling, thank you. So did Body. Body move in. We saw the metadata. And we kind of talked about it in the beginning. You'd have to go over that bridge many times to move that fast on it. I mean, for a man like Richard Allen to be that comfortable and walking that fast,
I agree.
Yeah.
Without ever having a victim before, or like this is his
Like
first set of,
I know in the broad daylight, the first time,
like that's ballsy. And
but
not
was
only
he
that,
really planning on like, just did he really plan on like unaliving them? Or
But
was
why
there
would
but he didn't sexually assault him. So what was his plan?
if it was
I don't know.
if it was Richard Allen? Here's the thing too. If it was Richard Allen, why would he have held on to all the stuff that he held on to? Like kept the phones, kept he kept so much stuff that he had the opportunity to get rid of. He went to the police. Like, you don't volunteer yourself for that. Like,
Right.
I
And
just
he
hold on
had
to.
his initial phone too.
Exactly, that's what I'm talking about, buddy. Like,
Mhm.
he held on to his phones for all those years.
Well,
Like, I don't.
no, Crimson. He had his so he gave his original phone to the police in the parking lot when they initially interviewed him. It was a very casual conversation, and the guy inspected the phone and wrote down like the IMEI number and all that. But when he got questioned as a suspect, 6 years later or whatever, that was the only phone he still did not have.
And
But
that's
he had
suspicious.
the other one. Like, okay,
He
I'm
had
not
he
saying
had
it's
all
not,
his other phones, but not that phone.
That's suspicious.
It
but
is.
I don't think it's that suspicious, because I'm not expecting at 6 years late, like when they were questioning him as a suspect, I'm not expecting that
Well,
they're gonna come after I reached out to them early on.
not
And
only that, but
like,
that's when you started trading your phone in
yeah,
for like
exactly.
upgrades and stuff. But he had all the other phones, which is interesting.
Yep.
I still have a lot of my old phones too, but I mean, it depends on like what deal someone's running, like trade-in values and stuff. It really just
Yeah.
may depend on something like that.
But I thought he
Because
said that he lost it. Like he just didn't know where it was anymore. Not that he had traded it in, because if that was the case, they could have got that phone back from the service provider.
Mhm.
not necessarily.
I think I don't
But
know.
why do you guys think it's not him though? I mean, because we can't really see who it is.
Yeah, we
He
can't.
doesn't look like someone else, We can't say it looks like him or doesn't really.
Well, that one video where you can actually like somewhat see his face and his figure, to me, it doesn't look like Richard Allen.
I just think it's too pixelated to.
I do too.
But that
It's too
could
hard to
Okay.
be,
tell.
I,
and it could
But
be him, but I just don't know if it was him by himself then.
but in the
Like I,
one that we were shown all these years, right? The zoomed in one. Let me show that again.
I just don't. Okay, I just feel like like let's go back to like the night that Sebastian went missing. Right? People try to say, well, that could have been anybody else that was in that car, and to me, I just don't believe in coincidences like that. I just don't. I
Mhm.
just don't. I believe that Rich with that Alan Shots dude, the chances that he was setting them up to meet him, that is suspicious. And he was a
Mhm.
catfish and he was of age. Those are things that that's just that doesn't happen. Like you're not going to go set up some kids that you're going to meet and you're a grown man acting like that you're some 16-year-old and then they just die and you don't have nothing to do with it. Like that's suspicious.
But I
and
feel
they
like
also have the history that he has.
Like I do think that Richard Allen may be involved, but I don't know. I don't believe he's by
I just,
himself if that's the case. I
but
believe
I
that
feel like
dude
this
is with
really
him.
does kind of show us though that they did have to zoom in on that part to see him because we saw in the original over here like you don't see him very well.
But see, I don't
So
know how pixels
see,
work either.
okay, well look right here, okay? So this is the original from her phone.
Damn it.
You can see him right there.
Yeah,
Okay,
you can't really see him.
and this is really all we see him is that little clip, right? For a few seconds.
Yeah,
Now, if you go to this one and watch, they had to zoom in to get any of this. I mean, look how close he is.
Mhm.
It's, it's all blurry. Like it almost looks like he's got a Hitler type mustache, but I don't think the guy does.
yeah,
I think it's
yeah.
shadows and, it can really be deceiving because right here it looks like a mustache.
And
see, I don't
remember,
think it is. I
his
think that
gait
it's shadows.
is going to be very different than if he's walking like a gait. a person's normal gait on that bridge is going to be very different than their normal gait,
Correct.
as if they're not walking on the bridge. And what I always go back to too is their initial like description of the suspect that they were looking for was so freaking broad. It was basically any man that's like,
Oh, 18 to 50. Yeah, like what
yeah, and 5'4" to 6'8", basically. I mean, that's just, I'm exaggerating a lot, like, but not really. I mean, it was just like anybody, it seemed like.
Right. And if Richard Allen, in all that time in prison, though, he's confessing, why wouldn't he say that someone else was involved? Like,
Because,
it doesn't make sense. If he was out of his mind, why wouldn't he admit, like,
Jay,
oh, so and so,
have you like studying of false confessions? One is like,
I'm not just going off the confession. I mean, I think there's a lot of sus things about him,
I think that if I
but
hope
I would like to know if he knew Tony Kline. That's what I want to know.
I hope it
Tony
is
and
him.
Keegan, did he know them? Did he have any interaction with them? You know what I mean? Do they know?
I agree, and I hope it is him. And I will say that, like, I really truly hope that this is the person that's behind bars, because if not,
I
there
know.
is a
think it
man that
is.
has took two lives walking among those people.
Well, shit, he was walking around for how many years if it is him? Before they even arrested him. Huh.
I know.
So
But
maybe in the beginning when they put out that picture that looked like Keegan, maybe they had some information on the Anthony shots and they were thinking that Keegan was more involved. I mean, we just don't know how the investigation progressed because they never told us.
Yeah, everything was so
Everything
So
quiet.
it's secret.
Like
Right.
everything was conveniently, in my opinion, like, they lost certain things that were very.
Well, it's
That's
just
very
crazy that, and this just goes to show,
Or
like when you keep everything secret.
what is Keegan's dad's name?
Tony.
Is that whose property they were found on?
No, that's Ron Logan.
That
And
is
Ron
who I
Logan
think
is
this
dead.
That
Ron
is
Logan
who I think is in
always
this
been
video.
my, like, Ron Logan
Yeah, that's what Indy thinks too. Ron
has
Logan.
always been mine.
He's been on my list too. It's weird.
I think
Like-
that's Ron Logan.
He says he was walking around the property that day.
Right.
He
Yeah.
lied about,
Yeah.
because he was driving. I mean, if two girls are missing on your property, are you worried about saying if you were driving that day? I mean,
Nope. That's the last
I
thing.
mean, and I know we all kind of
maybe in his world, yeah.
hodgepodge and hoop poop about the Odinism and whatnot, but just as late as August, the summer, basically before the trial, they were asking for DNA from Patrick Westfall.
I
And I
remember
think that's
that.
weird.
It is weird. And don't forget, they lost all, they quote unquote lost
The
all
interview.
of the interviews. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that was not good.
It was
Well,
not
That's
good.
why I think this is a botched investigation. I truly
Oh,
do
for
think that.
sure.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like textbook botched investigation. I think this is a textbook. We
Mhm.
need a conviction, and at any cost. I think that the therapist, or the psychologist, whatever.
Oh God, don't get me
Oh
started.
my
on
God,
that.
the issues I have with her. Like, I mean, and two, I've studied a lot of like false confessions because,
Mhm.
and the things that will drive people to,
Mhm.
falsely confess to crimes they didn't commit. And especially, I think Richard Allen clearly probably had some underlying mental illnesses. And we know that the prison system isn't exactly the best place for people that have mental illnesses already. And then you take anyone, I think, and you subject them to, in my mind, what is torture, that he was subjected to. And they're going to go crazy. And they're gonna start doing what, like, I mean, you start seeing stuff. Think about, like, when you go without sleep for a long time, like how, the things that you can see in how the mind can play tricks on you. Well, imagine.
Doesn't it look like there's a gun in his pocket there? Right
Maybe.
pocket.
Yeah, they're like sticking out on the.
Yeah, kind of like an outline.
Catching the reflection.
There is
Yeah,
something in his
sorry.
pocket. I don't know what it is, but it does
I
look
didn't mean
like
to
it's
cut you off.
something.
But here, watch this. This is Ron Logan.
A shocking new twist in the hunt for the killer of those 2 Indiana teenagers 5 years ago. It centers on this man, Ron Logan, who owned the property where the bodies of Abby Williams and Libby German were found. An FBI search warrant has just been released, revealing they searched Logan's home. Logan has been the focus of attention from day one. Inside Edition's Stephen Fabian interviewed him in 2017.
You just cannot believe this terrible thing that happened to the community and the families actually happened here on my property in my backyard.
He claimed he had an alibi, buying tropical fish 20 miles away.
I was not home during the time that all this was happening. I was in Lafayette.
Yeah.
And I didn't get home till approximately 6:30 in the evening. And then the neighbor stopped to ask for permission to look back here for the girls.
Liberty German shot this chilling image of the killer approaching the girls on a hiking
Sure is
trail,
similar.
and she recorded the killer's voice.
What do you hear on there?
Nothing that I recognize at all. No one. I don't recognize the voice at all.
Stephen asked Ron Logan to repeat those same chilling words. Listen.
Down the hill.
Oh my God.
The newly revealed search warrant says Ron Logan's voice was not inconsistent with that of the person in the video. And that image of the suspect, the warrant declares Logan's physical build is consistent with the suspect. Logan had his own take.
The picture is of such poor quality, it doesn't look like anyone I've ever seen.
We spoke to Anya Kane and Kevin Greenlee, the true crime podcast Murder Sheet. They obtained the warrant.
I'm not necessarily convinced that Ron Logan was involved in this. Some of the circumstantial evidence.
I can't wait to see what they say though about this video.
Oh God, they're gonna be like, oh, that's Richard Allen for sure. Like, no doubt
You
about
think
it.
so?
100% they are. Yeah.
They pissed me off.
I mean, look at that guy's hair. I mean, that's
I like listening to them though. I'm not gonna lie. I've listened to them.
I listen to them. I think it's important to get both sides, right? I absolutely, but they will not take any information that it's not Richard Allen. Like they will never. Yeah, they saw the video, right? They're 100%. But like the whole Dr. Walla thing and Gray Hughes, and I just
it's the Murder Sheet podcast, Chris.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say?
Andrea, like
Kramer. He does look like Kramer.
I think that the hat is the reason that you can't really see the dude's face as much as you can't see the white hair because the hat's on. But in my opinion, that's Ron Logan.
God,
I feel like that's his voice. I feel like that's his
fish. 20 miles for some tropical fish.
Well, and he lied about it too. He because he wasn't supposed to be driving, and so he had his cousin. He had his cousin lie for him, right? He knows Brad Holder for sure.
And that's weird too.
It is weird. And I don't know who it is. I have no idea who it is. According to the state of Indiana, that's Richard Allen.
Yes.
I don't think it is.
It was distorted, Anne, because they tried to get the audio. The state did.
I truly do. I really I sincerely do hope that it's Richard Allen, because if not, these kids ain't got justice, and there's somebody that's still it's a murder out there.
Hold on, I want to play this again real quick. Hold on.
Okay, I'll be quiet.
I just want to hear something again. My brain's working over here.
See, this is the path that we go down. There's no path going there, so we have to go down here.
God, it sounds like that Logan.
Yeah.
God, it kind of sounds like him. Just,
I
I don't like it.
yeah. Have him. Let's replay that. Him saying it again.
This guy?
Yeah, Ron Logan saying it. Those words down the hill.
Ron has like much more
Listen,
of
Down the
a
hill.
country.
to repeat
Down the
those same
hill.
chilling words. Listen,
Down the hill.
repeat those same chilling words. Listen,
Down the hill.
He says it like down the hill.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like twangy, almost country a little bit.
It like starts out and then it goes down, like almost
Down the
like
hill.
like a
to
dip.
Down
repeat
the hill.
those same chilling words. Listen,
Down the hill.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like him to me.
I think that he done that on purpose.
It sounds like his voice, but not his cadence or like the way he speaks. But like the
Yeah, but
actual
can't you change
tone,
it?
it does.
Yeah.
Can't you change
That's
that though,
true.
Bobby?
Sure. Yeah,
You know-
sure.
Being asked to say it for a reason, so I think he's gonna say it not like how he normally says it. You know?
Right. I
Right.
think
Of
so,
course.
too.
I can totally see that.
I want you to say what the suspect said. You know, like okay, let me say it just how I normally say it.
I feel
Sure.
like I would change my cadence if I was, you know, really. I don't know.
Yeah,
It
you
does
wouldn't
sound like
say it
him.
all sinister like, guys, down the hill. You'd be like, guys, down the hill.
Yeah. Down the hill. Down. Oh gosh. This case is
crazy. I don't know, man. I just feel like.
And just so you guys know too, for anybody questioning anything, I did pull the metadata on this video, and it has like the GPS coordinates, the time it was created, the device it was created on. Like it's legit. Like it's 100% legit.
Thank you, Crimson, for being a member for a month. Hey, B. Tim.
Hey, B. Tim.
I wonder what the family thinks.
Kels, what do you want to find the video?
Oh no, someone said let's listen to RA's voice, but I don't think we've ever heard it.
I think we have, but I don't.
Where have we heard his voice at? I think the only thing we've seen is him playing pool. I don't think you can actually hear him.
Yeah, I think it was one of the pre-trial when he said not guilty, but that was it or something. Because that was like the only thing that was televised, but I don't even actually know if he spoke, to be honest.
You know what I noticed in the interview? Can we go back and watch the interview with Inside Edition? Because like one of the things that I find telling, and I looked at originally in Sebastian's case, was how people will not make eye contact when they're lying. They usually like divert their eyes to the side, right? And I think he does that a lot in that Inside Edition clip.
Robot, I've been thinking about, so Robot asked, why do we think that they would never release us to the public to begin with? And I think it's because of the gun. I think because the confession involves him racking the gun on the bridge and all that. And you can kind of hear her say he's got a gun or he pulled it out or, something like that. They're not going to release that to the public because it's part of the evidence. It's part of the confession to Dr. Walla. They're just not going to release it. Plus, I think they cut Abby out of the video intentionally. Like that was all very intentional. So I think it's because of the gun that we didn't get the release. Is part of the state's prosecution plan. But I could be wrong.
No, that makes sense. It's also secretive, and I'm shocked that a jury found him guilty off. I just would need to be more sure. I would feel like I need to be more sure.
I feel like we will learn, like once the transcripts are released and people are able to read them and whatnot, I feel like we're going to learn more. I just feel like we're missing so much from the trial not being public in any capacity.
Did y'all ever listen to when I know it was that I know the lawyer played it, but they interviewed the one juror. There was I can't think of the podcast that she went on.
I know which one it is. I just don't know I don't know if I want to say her channel name.
Right.
But I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, and I think that would be interesting to
She will
revisit her thing.
We can't. You can't.
But what
because
is this?
She strikes anybody that plays it, so you can't.
No,
who is it?
With the lawyer,
Hidden true crime. Hidden true crime.
Oh, she's never struck me when I've reviewed her stuff.
If you review the juror stuff, or I'm sorry, the interviews with Doug Carter and whatnot, she'll strike you.
Really?
Well, she didn't strike the lawyer, I don't think.
And she might have had an arrangement with him.
Well, she also went on his show, so
yeah, she might have had an arrangement with him.
But
do you see the sweatshirt?
I do.
Did we see pictures of?
Yep.
Is it the same?
Yep. It's the one Abby. Yeah, Abby had it on at the end. Yeah.
But what's weird is whose arm is this then?
I think that's Libby's.
Libby's? Okay.
Yeah. I think so.
Because you see Abby's shoe, right? She was wearing the Converse. And then at one point you see Libby's.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's Abby. That's Abby. And because Libby was wearing the Delphi swimming sweatshirt.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the hoodie she has on.
Oh, Kelly,
so
that's a great idea.
What's up?
Watch it in Discord.
Yeah.
Oh, the interview, yeah.
Because I would be, that's one thing, like, with as much as that was held back in this trial, and that I feel like a juror, like, if I was a juror on this case, and I became aware of the things that I wasn't aware of when I was, determining literally had someone's life in my hands.
Oh, I did listen to a little bit of that. And the lady said that she feels they made the right decision.
Yeah.
She doesn't question it at all.
Yeah.
But it's interesting to go over the, like, what were the...
Oh, I gotta go.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
Have
guys.
fun.
I have a dinner. It's an important one. So
thanks
everybody.
for coming up.
I appreciate it for everybody being so nice. Have a good day.
Bye, Baudi.
Bye, Baudi.
This wasn't a death penalty case, was it?
Who's that, Grumpy? Who's that? Ron and Van dude are suspicious to me, said Amy. Cricket. How is Abby holding the phone, but Abby is on the bridge? No, Libby's holding the phone. I probably said it wrong. Jem, every trial in my country doesn't allow cameras in the courtroom. We can go to them though. Yeah, we can go to them too. I think he lost weight ahead of trial to throw people off his track. It's obviously a smaller version of RA.
Maybe.
The Captain Howdy. Oh, I don't know who that is. Wow, that's awful. I'm sorry. Go ahead, UA.
I was just gonna say, like, I can't get over Dr. Walla. Like her, like, I don't know if people are all that familiar with everything that Dr. Walla, like all the crap,
fuckery,
y'all,
with Gray Hughes and shit,
all the fuck shit she did. The fact that that license wasn't ripped the hell away from her, and that she should have never, like, maybe we should remind them of all the fuckery she did. Because, I mean, it's mind-blowing. I mean, I just can't. She was in all those Facebook groups about, Delphi. She was, well, I'm not gonna, yeah, she was in all those Facebook groups. She didn't keep her original notes. Instead, she discarded the original notes and then rewrote them into a story kind of like format.
I know. Shouldn't that be like a mistrial right there?
Yeah, I mean, that's a, like, I am screaming from the rooftops out, like, of that. Like, that is, I mean, you like, that's your medical, that's like a medical record. Like, you're destroying a medical record. You can't just, when I'm at work, I can't just be like, okay, here's something. Oh, and I'm going to put it in, and then destroy what I actually wrote down at the time. And then later take it home with me and then make a story out of it. When I have my Facebook groups pulled up, one of the 9 or so that I'm in, because that's not a conflict of interest at all. Like,
Hey, I'm gonna jump off for a few minutes and get my kids to bed, and then I'll come back up here if you're still on.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. Bye.
Well, Jim, why I think it's mistrial worthy is that this is where all the confessions came from. Like, all of the stuff that they're trying to say was only the person responsible would know very easily is being fed to him by Dr. Walla.
I was trying to upload that as a video so we can make it bigger, but it won't let me even on my phone. It's making it a dang short. So I'll have to mess with it in my editor.
Yes, they automatically they appealed. There were so many people like Andrea Burkhart and a bunch of other people that were jumping on this. There was defense diaries that I follow too. Like, I mean, yeah, this is being appealed. Like,
we need the transcript. So are they going to they release this? It's like, what else are they going to release? Let me show you guys the website that it came from.
she needs her license. She needs everything stripped from her, and she needs to go to jail, in my opinion. That what she did.
Oh, she is shameful.
She needs to be in prison. You do that to somebody, like, no, like, that is, you're having my caffeine going for the day. But, like,
crack it open, girl.
Yeah, crack it if you got it. But no, like, I can't even imagine doing that to, like, they take an oath too, I would imagine. And to do that to another human being is, I can't.
Well, there was a lot of fuckery.
Let's
talk about the how about the crime scene photos from Alan's own attorneys being leaked, right? And then that dude committed suicide over it. Like, what was that all about? I think that was more child P stuff. That was weird as fuck.
Yeah, and then oh god, there's just so much.
Me too, green-eyed PI. I want to see Tony's interviews.
They weren't allowed to, like, this. There was so much that the defense was not allowed to put on in this case with the judge, and, like, they were barred from introducing Odinism, like, I mean, it was just, she shut them down at every, I mean, they were handicapped. They went in basically with, like, both arms tied behind their backs and, trying to unlock it with their toes. It was bad. It's cases like this that made me that drove me to law school, honestly. Originally.
Here's the link to this website that I have pulled up right now. It says Recognizing the significant public interest and in the spirit of transparency, this site will serve as a central resource for accessing public records, exhibits, frequently asked questions, and updates on Mr. Allen's post-conviction legal proceedings. And then the only thing on there so far is this. So you guys may want to bookmark it if you haven't already. It's wild. It's so big on their website. Like, hold on. Let me mute that.
The Odinism actually isn't to me isn't all that crazy considering some of the.
Oh, look it. We can make it bigger. Is that better, you guys? It's better than the short, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree.
I just put it in. Here it is. Is it showing up for y'all?
Yeah. Okay. It is. And you got 5 new memberships.
I did. I'm so sorry. I've missed everything. I'm not used.
Jim Mullins.
Oh, Northern Beans. Thank you so much for the 5 memberships. Bolo at 7. That was the 7 seconds in. Thank you for your $5 super chat. And Purple Dragon, welcome. Thank you again, Beans. Okay, so this is better for you guys? Okay. Hey, true crime and celebrity news. Wow, this is a lot better than the short, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh my God, you can almost count how many boards behind he is, dude. Like,
right.
He's past this second platform.
All right.
Oh my goodness. Let me see.
Look at that. Like, look at how much he's like picking up that. Okay.
Wow.
That's.
Wait, let me go back. Wow, you can actually see her facial expressions and everything. Look. Hold on. Look at his legs there.
Yeah.
Whoever this man is, if it's not Richard Allen, his pants are very long and he has short legs. Like, look how bunched up the pants are. Oh my God, this is like wild. I don't know. I have this on like my big screen, my monitor. Excuse me. I don't know if y'all have this on your TV. It's probably
I want to throw up the dinner I just ate, but
it's probably really clear on a TV. You know, I often wondered that, Cricket, and I think it's trees or shadows. I thought that too. I know, Texas Ranger. It almost doesn't look real. At first, I was like, this looks like freaking AI.
Carrie has been with you for a whole 32 months, Jay.
Oh, thanks. Carrie, they're all going to laugh at you. I can't believe it's been 32 months since I freaking found you in Ziggy's. Isn't that wild?
Sounds like a wild story, Ziggy's. Wild night. At one time at Ziggy's.
Okay, you guys have it on the TV. All right. Because I want to replay this on my TV later. It's so freaking sad. Okay. You got it on your 65-inch. See, look at. She is kind of, being careful because that bridge is scary.
Yeah.
God almighty.
And it's
let
high
alone
up,
with
dude.
someone. Yeah, let alone with someone like tailing you, right?
Yeah, no, shoot. There's no side rails or anything like.
Yeah, he's getting closer. This is the raw video from what we know. I'm echoing. Can you turn me down just a hair?
Me?
Mhm. Jesus. What was that noise? Jesus, Yue. What is that?
Talking about, I don't know. I didn't touch anything,
It's like
Jay.
you're swiping your mic or something.
Well, I went to go adjust the volume.
It was loud. Okay.
Sorry.
It's better now. Thank you.
I feel like
Hey, Lee Grimes. Yeah, I'll play it.
now you know how Granny felt when you were loud on her panel. Can you hear
Listen,
me?
when I was going pounding on it. Hello, is this thing on?
Can you hear me?
I do think that the confessions got him convicted, though.
I agree, and I think that is, if there's if there's ever someone that's going to break and confess and give a false confession, it's someone like Richard Allen that's been subjected to the conditions that he was subjected to. Oh my God, there's a glimpse, I feel like, where you can see just how much he picks up his feet and is like,
I know, I was trying to go back. It's so big, like I can scroll all the way down, you know? But it's the only way we can get it full screen. But I wonder if I can slow it down on this. Oh, I can. Hold on.
if you thought I was loud, just go listen to Reality Wins one time, okay?
Oh, geez. Playback speed. Look at I can slow it down right on their site. Okay, let's see. I'm going to do 0.25 and then we'll start it at the beginning. My neighbor is jamming right now. So this is way slowed down, but let's see what we see. Wow. Yeah, she kind of stepped over a board there. Did you see that?
Yeah.
She didn't want to step on that one board. See, there he is. That's the clip we've always seen right there.
Exactly. I agree, Jojo Nanny. I think he was tortured into confession and into confessing, because when they interviewed him,
Hi, Jen.
even they tried lying to him and his the wife technique and everything, and he would not confess. It was only after being subject to those conditions. I mean, I would be saying, no telling what I'd be saying if I was up.
Well, and it's wild too. Like you think they would have found some kind of like child pee or something on his phone or
something. Haldol, yeah, no, Haldol is a very strong yes. So I'm very familiar with Haldol actually.
Yeah, they provided the audio. I just wanted to slow it down. Should we listen to it slower?
Yeah, let's
Okay.
try. I mean,
maybe not 0.25. I'll move it to 0.5.
See, this is the path that we go down. There's no path going there, so we have to
Hi. Fuck, she did say hi.
That literally like
Hi.
stomach drop.
Oh my God. So innocent, like, hi.
Yeah.
Like,
Hi, like, you know, like,
oh my God. Let's listen to that again. That's the down the hill part. Hold on. I gotta go back. Mm.
Jeannie, usually you don't, appellate cases are heard by the appellate courts, which isn't going to be the same judge.
No, it won't be
the
Gull.
initial
Thank
trial.
God.
Yeah, it's not the same as the trial judge, because what the appellate court is determining is, did the trial judge make any errors in their rulings? And if you have the trial judge, obviously they're not going to say, well, I messed up, let's give them a redo.
Let's listen again on 0.75. What do you think of that whisper? Slowed down. What do you think?
Yeah,
Oh, I have the chills, man.
yeah, no, this I'm like nauseous.
Hi, Nicole.
And have the chills with it, like chills and nausea, because honestly, in my opinion, when the verdict was rendered or issued, I felt that there's a miscarriage of justice, because I think Libby and Abby were re-victimized because I don't think that they got the right guy. And then Richard Allen, I think, has been victimized the entire freaking time he's been in state's custody, and he's still being victimized. In my mind, there's nothing worse than a wrongful conviction. And I am amazed by the amount of fuckery that the state was allowed to get away with in this case, to be honest.
I agree. I hope he gets a new trial. I think he deserves a new trial.
He gets a new trial. He better get a new trial. And like I said, you can probably find screenshots of me somewhere in a comment section asking Andrea Burkhart to.
Well, hey, the corn rake killer guy, the guy that was put in jail for killing his wife with the corn rake, stabbing her. He just went and had a hearing for post conviction relief. I don't know if it's going to be granted, but it's wild.
So,
what about DNA? Was there no DNA on the girls?
There wasn't anything leading back to, Richard.
No, it wasn't Richard. There was no
Allen.
Richard Allen DNA.
Yeah. I mean, and there was no DNA of Abby or Libby in the car, because he still had the car. And they, did go in and, you know, tear that apart. Oh, I think he'll be good. I think they have a
What
very
was
good
that?
shot.
Listen.
See, this is the path.
You hear that?
Yeah.
See, this is the path that we go down.
Oh my
God. There's no path going there, so we have to go down here.
It wasn't a bullet casing, Wendy's, and Captain D's. It wasn't a casing from an ejected round. It was a unspent bullet that was in the dirt, like
it was under the body.
Under the body, and like
I don't like how they did the ballistics either. That was bullshit.
No, that she had to do that multiple times, and then there was also like the person that like basically this because this type of like for what I'm using air quotes right now, forensics has never really been done. So her credibility was, I think, the head of the lab that she worked at. Imagine that, you know.
Yeah, it was all bullshit.
And it took.
Thank you so much, Kendo, for donating $25.
8 or 9 times.
Hold on. Through J4J411.live. Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you for your tip. Go ahead, UA.
No,
yeah, it was like partially in the dirt.
It was,
but they didn't video themselves removing it from the dirt. Remember?
Right. Yeah, because
that didn't matter, I guess.
Right. Or if they did, they probably lost it with the rest of everything else that they lost. You know, or conveniently, there's no notes for. We interviewed everybody else that we interviewed.
Chilling.
Don't remember too about the what was it too that they got from the tip line that they did not they botched as well. Not just his tip when they went back through it, but there was something else that it's like escaping my mind right now.
The chain of custody.
No, it was one of the things from the tip line that they like when they went back through. Maybe it was the who was reviewing the tips. Let me think about it. But
yeah. It was his name. His name was wrong. They messed his name up. It was Richard. I can't remember what road he lived on, but they had his last name as the road on Allen Drive. So they had his name wrong. And then the lady found the file or whatever and was going through it and said, "Oh, did we check this guy out?" But it was checked that he was already checked out.
Exactly.
It was weird, man. It was some volunteer.
Yeah, and I want to say she had some. There was some. I want to say I dug into her a little bit. Imagine that. And there were some suspicious things that I came across in her.
But the question is, did he give them the wrong info or did they take it wrong?
Yes, the lady was friends with Ron Logan is what I think. Like there was a connection. Lady? There was some. The lady
no. I'm talking about initially, right? When he gave them his name, he talked to a park ranger, if I'm not mistaken. And because he came forward and said, I was there. And did he give them his correct name and did they write it wrong? Or did he give it wrong? Yeah, it was Whiteman. He lives on Whiteman Drive. They said it was Richard Whiteman on Allen Drive. They had the address and the street name and the last name reversed. So I don't know if he did it or if they did it. And you're welcome, Cooter Lake Gynecology.
Okay, let me see if I can reread this article and it maybe triggered what I'm.
All right, I'm going to play it all the way through with audio at regular speed for those just joining. Hold on. I got to zoom out. Put it on normal. All right, here we go.
See, this is the path that we go down. There's no path going there, so we have to go down here.
The link is pinned, Body, if you want to come back up. I know, it's chilling. But it's hard for me to show you the whole thing. Oh, that makes it like a short.
Body. May note. Was the person that found the tip Kathy Shank and like reintroduced it, was she connected to Ron Logan in any way? Didn't she had some type of like connection to someone that was that was like raised.
She's back up here.
Okay.
What's up, Body?
I don't know if I'm behind or not because I was listening in my car and I paused it for a minute, but the DNA real quick.
Yeah.
There was no Richard Allen DNA, but there was unknown male DNA. And there was also like hair strands in Abby's hands that they never tested.
Right.
But they did test them like that's day 2 of the trial, like 7 years later. They're like, oh, maybe we should test these. And they ended up being Kelsey, Libby's sister. Because remember, Abby was wearing Libby's sweater. And it was probably, and she also was wearing a sweater that Kelsey gave her from the car. So she, her hands are in her pockets and, you got a hair tie or something in there and your loose hairs,
Well, we know how teens like lose hair all over their sweatshirts.
Right. So that's, completely explainable. But there was unknown male DNA in Abby's underwear.
Yeah.
And they said that it was likely due to like laundry share. Like,
yeah. That's right. I thought that was weird.
Well, Abby doesn't have any males at the home. So
that's disturbing.
Right.
Body,
so yeah.
Do you know, because you would know this, was the lady that found the tip and had them like revisit it, Shank, did she not have some connection to someone in this case that was like raised alarm flag, like alarm bells?
It's not that I recall, but it is possible.
Because she was just a
volunteer. She was a volunteer, right?
And they'd already cleared it. And I'm like, I remember looking into it, like, why are they taking all of a sudden, like, taking out of the thousands of tips they have, why are they taking this random volunteer's tip on something that's already been cleared by an actual LE, officer? Why are they taking her tip so seriously?
No, I think that whole story is odd.
Yeah. Like
they said it got filed incorrectly. And I don't know that she gave it to them as a tip. I think she questioned, like, where should this go? And they looked at it, right? And they were like, oh, maybe we should revisit this. I don't think she was like, you need to look at this. I think she was asking like, hey, this has been filed wrong. where should I put this?
But then how did they get
I don't know, though.
Richard Whiteman?
Well,
How did they find Richard Allen?
Well, Whiteman was the street he lived on, right?
Mm-hmm.
How did they get Richard Allen? Maybe through interview notes, because the officer that went out to interview him, took interview notes. So maybe they referenced it with that. I'm not sure.
American Justice says, I was in court several days and RA is guilty as fuck. He could be.
Could be. Yep. Alicia, the lack of blood at the scene. Well, there were large pools of blood that belonged to Libby. And the way that it was described to me was she was attacked at the F tree. If you guys know what the F tree is. And was kind of walking, because her hands are bloody. She grabs her throat like this, because that's what you do, right? You're going to go like this. And she kind of stumbles and sits down. And that's where another large pool of blood is. And that's where another, like one of those like stick wounds were. I'm going to use air quotes for that. And then I believe that's where she succumbs and she's dragged because her arm is up above her head. Okay. So he used her arm to drag her out of sight, probably from the river. Abby's blood was underneath her. She was laying in it. So there was blood at the scene. Was the branches tested? No. Okay, so the branches are so messed up, you guys. They left the branches at the scene for weeks, like 3 or 4 weeks.
That was so messed up.
Because like the CSI person, I'm trying to remember, I didn't expect this to happen today. So I haven't like revisited all my notes.
I didn't
so
either. This caught me off guard.
Yeah, but from my notes, the CSI guy that testified that they didn't think they could really do anything with them, with the branches.
Jay, did you check back chat? I put something.
Yeah, I just found it. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I want to see.
We're about, I think.
Well, I didn't know if you had to go to
I do. It's in 10 minutes and I'm a little early, so I'm just
okay.
Like,
well, let's watch this then.
Okay, I'll mute.
Hold on.
Yeah.
It's only 3 minutes long, so. This is the volunteer. This is Kathy Shank. It says, the woman who cracked the Delphi case.
Testimony and the culture and the time, and I hear everybody else talking about the time, and even you being so humble of this is a team effort,
Absolutely.
What was it like for you to be a part of this? I mean, obviously you talked about it in trial, about how you came back and you wanted to volunteer. Why was that so important?
I had worked with law enforcement my entire adult career for 40 years through Department of Child Services, through Child Protection, and I knew several of the law enforcement officers, the prosecutor at the time, Rob Ives, and when I learned of this, I contacted Rob and said I'd like to help.
And that is exactly what you did. I mean, so much. Your role, obviously, we know from your testimony, helping file and organize and do all the things that need to be done in order for an investigation to kind of stay organized, if you will, the organizational side of things. When you were moving offices and you opened up that drawer and you came across this box, what went through your mind? And where, obviously we know where it ended, but what went through your mind?
When I found that, I realized that I had not heard of this person. And I went to the file drawer and found the actual file for Richard Allen Whiteman at that time, as it had been written. And I read the report that Dan Doolin had made after he had spoken with him. And I, as being an investigator, I had looked at some of the statements from the girls that said they had seen a person out at the bridge. And basically, I put the 2 and 2 together, took it to Tony, and...
Okay, so I was wrong about that.
Outside of this, you've been a member of this community for so long.
Absolutely, my entire life, yes.
What does it mean to you to be able to see all of this come to where we are today? One, misfiled report, if you will, leads to all these years of work being able to pile together. We talk a lot about all the evidence just was able to stack up. And then the final pieces of this is the guy. What is it like for you to see not only the guilty verdict on that day last month, but today to hear the sentence of 130 years?
The justice has been served. I mean, there was an amazing team that worked on this. I mean, Jerry and all of the state police and all the other agencies, and I have such high regard. And I guess what I can best say is, I got back a lot more than I ever gave.
Obviously, you hear all these people talking about you. Every person calling you out, thanking you.
It's very humbling, very humbling. I did it because I like to serve. I like to help people, and that's what I did.
And right place, right time, right?
I guess I basically call it divine
She's
intervention.
closing her eyes.
Yeah, you were just there. Open that drawer. You just so happened to be the person. What was finally last thing? Obviously, it went so long. So many people. 8 years almost that you're. This community, like, please, we have all these things. We have video evidence of this suspect, and we still don't have the person. What was that like for you to be able to see law enforcement and investigators kind of finish putting that puzzle together after waiting for so long?
It was amazing, and it was. And I think I told Jerry it was a well-oiled machine. I couldn't believe I had worked up to the arrest in my former profession, but I had never seen this, and it was amazing what they did, and they just went into action and did what needed to be done, and here we are today.
So I was wrong. About that. She definitely did some investigating on her own, huh?
Yeah, and she
That's
seemed to have
wild.
some connections. I knew I remembered something was.
I couldn't remember. I thought it was just that she was like, "Oh, what should I do with this?"
Well, I think it's crazy, number one, that they didn't, after all those years, go back to everyone who was there that day.
Mhm.
Right.
Right? I mean, it was his info was in a box somewhere.
Yeah, it was like misfiled. That I do know for sure. It was misfiled. It was like an interview card or something that she
I
found.
mean, wouldn't you think, Body, that they would be re-interviewing people that were there?
Oh yeah, for sure.
I mean, they talked to these girls several times.
For sure. Oh yeah, the teenagers, right, that were there, the kids. Yeah, for sure.
And that lady, right? I mean, they had several interviews
Betsy
with
Blair.
her.
I mean, they had they came
And
out
we
with
have this man who was there alone, stated that he was there looking at fish, standing on the platform, and it gets filed away. It's
and they don't
weird.
And they don't like have a list. I'll have to, next time we could do a Delphi thing, I'll bring it with me. But I made like a list of everybody that was there with like a bar graph of the times they were there. And there were so many people there. You would think, I would say, let's say 5 to 7 people, including the 2 girls. You would think that they would want to revisit those people over and over and over again.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, that's what's so weird to me.
The thing is that I agree to some extent, but also, what do we know is like one of the most unreliable
eyewitnesses. And listen,
then you add over time,
and all of the witness descriptions were different. All of them.
Yeah, and you add
every single one.
Oh yeah.
To it, as well as how
we have 3 sketches.
He's got,
Anyway, I gotta run, guys. I'll talk to you later.
All right. Bye. Thanks, Body.
Thanks,
Bye,
everybody.
Body.
Bye.
I mean, oh God. I feel.
Did you see back chat? I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay. This makes me feel sick. What did y'all think of that late? Like, what did you think of her interview? I guess you could say. What stood out to y'all the most, I guess? what the biggest, okay, the interview that we just played, Mullins Girls, is from, or Mullins Girl 5. She is Kathy Shank. She is the lady who found the tip that had been cleared, or wrote, like, you know, that was previously cleared, and allegedly, like, identified the clerical error that misinterpreted Allen's, you know, basically she's the one that discovered the Richard Allen tip that led to him being opened right back up and suspect number 1. But she's got this interesting, and I say, like, tie to like first name basis tie to people in law enforcement.
I'm back.
She back.
Up to good. Jay, I don't know if you heard the audio. I emailed you enhanced. Abby says he has a gun. Then, holy crap. Sorry if you already knew that. I'm behind.
I'm gonna go get my nausea medicine because I walked in there to get it and I totally forgot why I even walked in there. That's how frazzled I am right now.
We'll go get it. You guys want to hear it again with audio? I think it's on normal. We'll slow it down just a little bit. Do you want it like this, or do you want it the full screen? I don't know if I hear he has a gun either. But do you guys want it like this or full screen? Like this.
Full screen, I think.
Like this, where I have to keep scrolling. Okay. Here we go.
See, this is the path that we go down. There's no path going there, so we have to go down here. Hi.
So scary. This is the path that we walk down. Oh, it's just audio up to good?
Hi.
There's like a quick hi. You want me to slow it more with audio? I can do that. All right, here we go.
See, this is the path that we go down. There's no path going there, so we have to go down here.
I'm gonna play it not full screen because I think people are getting mistaken when Abby runs off the bridge. She does run off the bridge before Libby says this is the path we go down. I think it's like just small talk, like this guy's coming and we're just gonna like make small talk as he walks past, and then the guy comes up and says, guys, and there's a quick hi. Like, if you walk past someone and you just go hi. I think they expected him to keep going. But here we go. Haley Lapish. This way you can see the whole screen.
See, this is the path that we go down. There's no path going there, so we have to go down here. Bye.
They stand there for it just seems like forever, but we know what's about to happen,
I think they actually know that whatever is about to happen isn't. I don't know. Maybe it's the.
I don't know, man.
Bye.
Can you see I can't even see his shadow in this. Is he behind them? Like, where does he walk up? You know what I mean? Because this is Abby's arm, right? Libby's holding her phone. And that's Abby's arm with the hoodie, right? They said he said guys, not hi. But
I think
hang
based
on.
on her response.
Bye. Bye.
Do you think maybe they thought he was leading them to whoever they were supposed to meet?
No.
No.
So no, not the way she answered that hi. Like that was a meek, like scared, like nervous.
Like he's gonna keep going, I hope.
Yeah. Hi. Like keep
Yeah.
going. Like I'm like has like
God, it's
maybe
so
he'll just keep walking if I don't, almost.
Or maybe they thought they were on someone's property. I don't know. It's weird.
Danger,
'cause, like,
danger, hi.
if he's going to walk past them, he's going onto private property. That's what's weird.
I don't think that, he, I don't think he really.
How did he act in court, American Justice? That was creepy. Like, what did he do? Like, what was creepy?
What?
I mean, he didn't talk, like looking at his wife or whatever. I'm going to watch it again, UA. Sounds like she says, is he running?
See, this is the path
Hey, Jody.
that you're down. There's no path going there, so we have to go down here. Hi.
No, they're trying to figure out where to go because there is no path. You know?
I was muted because I didn't
Oh,
want to.
muted Cooter.
Well, I didn't want to. I'll send you what I'm working on responding to. I didn't realize that I was in shock over that other stuff. I didn't realize I got a response back to something.
Oh, wow. Look at that. God, I wish I could make it bigger. I just can't. Is that not wild? Seeing this? He's literally like, I don't know. It seems like maybe 5, 6 steps behind her. Ugh.
Check back chat, Jay.
Yeah, they were planning on meeting someone for sure. So they had been Snapchatting all night long with Anthony Shots. Yes, his lawyers released this.
American Justice, like, I'm just curious if you were in court, like, how long did you have to wait? Because I know that there were very limited seats, and like the people that did make it in the courtroom actually like had to pay people to like stand in line overnight, to save their spot. So how many days were you able to be in court?
They said a couple.
Yeah, I'm just because I think there was like maybe 12 or 14. Like, I'll have to go back and look at the number of
yeah, I don't
seats
remember
that were available, because very limited seats available. As a matter of fact, like, people were literally, like I said, having people lie in wait or all night. And I know some of the attorneys that were there, so they were I know a few occupied seats in the courtroom. So that limits it down a little bit more too.
No, this is all they released, guys. It's a one-page website, and it says they're going to be releasing other stuff, but I just don't know why they had to withhold this. I guess, like Bonnie said, maybe the gun thing.
No. In my opinion, if this would have changed the public. Like I think that, remember how mixed everybody's outcome was, or everybody was the day of the verdict was read. I think that you get a lot of kickback as to why even move forward if they have this. I just don't.
I mean, if the gag order is up, why isn't everything released? Why is it just this? The link to come up on panel is pinned. The link to the lawyer's website is right there in the chat. I just can't believe after all these years, like, wow. I just put it in the chat, 2 old crows. Well, everybody gets appeals, right? But they usually do release things.
Yeah, that doesn't usually bar. The only thing I could think of maybe why it would is if the defense doesn't want it released because of, I don't know, but I would think if it's they would want it released if it's helpful to their case.
But it doesn't necessarily mean what they want. Like, the public has the right to see
Right? Yeah.
the evidence. Like, this has been just bullshit.
I don't think we're gonna ever get to see Richard Allen's videos. All
interrogation.
Yeah, I want to see that. I want to see those.
Yeah, I do too. I want to see them questioning him with his wife there and all that they told us about. It's just not clear enough to say it's him. How far? Thank you, Maggie, for your super chat. How far from this bridge were they found? Oh, let me get you a map and I'll show you. I will show you. So let's make this full screen. Okay, so they were found right here where the pin is. Right? Yep. So here's, hold on. I can't zoom in on this. Oh, yeah, I can. So here's the Freedom Bridge. And then they were found over here. Right? Right on the side of the creek.
Across the creek a little bit over to the other side on Ron Logan's property.
Hey, Dr. Malmo. That's true. He identified to Ellie his clothing he wore that day. He identified the clothing depicted in this video. Alan did not know a video existed. That's a really good point. I do think it's him.
When did he do that, Dr. Malmo, though? Because was that when was that in relation to Walla coming into the picture is what I want to know.
Let me see if I can find a better map. Okay, this one's better. Of course, it's behind a damn paywall. I just don't understand the 2 pins. Okay, this is approximately where the 2 bodies were found, about a mile east of the Freedom Bridge over Deer Creek. So a mile away. This is where they were dropped off, the first pin, around 1 p.m. This is where their bodies were found. He identified the clothing at the second questioning. First questioning was done when he came forward. He admitted to owning a blue Carhartt when he was questioned and arrested. Right, but a mile in that terrain, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. This is where they're pinning it right here. Well, I mean, a lot of guys own Carhartts too.
I have a Carhartt.
Yeah, I think the headphone thing was water, you guys. I really do. I don't think someone plugged in her phone. But I mean, yeah, the way that this was all handled, it doesn't help. I mean, I can't say if they have the right guy. I think they do, but thank you, Up to Good. I'll check it out. Yeah, there's just too many questions. Right, especially in Indiana. I mean, I lived in Michigan. Every guy had a Carhartt jacket, jeans and boots. You know what I mean?
That's literally my
In a beanie.
My winter staple is band t-shirt with a flannel, Carhartt, boots, and jeans. There's my I'm really sound like a well, it's literally what my
You know what's just weird to me is that, like, he's never done anything before, and then all of a sudden this brutal murder. You know what I mean? Like,
oh, you
you
and
would
Flu have
think
been hanging out on panels too much, but you know what I mean. I give Flu so much crap.
you'd think though that, that would be a essay type thing.
Right. There would be
Why
some
meet
don't
here?
just jump to this and a double at that, like a double one at like a double.
Did Ron Logan
so
know Richard Allen? That's what I want to know.
I don't think so. Because I want to say
I just wish we knew more about Ron Logan. And then he
give me
died
a-
of
give
quote
me a
unquote
little
COVID, you know.
give me a little bit more time to dig.
This might be the first one he did. Well, do you guys remember how weird it was that they were trying to connect Delphi with that nasty Kentucky killing of that couple? Do y'all remember that?
No.
The Stephenson murder?
It very early, like kind of early on.
No, a year ago.
What?
No, wait, hold on. I'll find the 2 years ago. Sorry. 2 years ago. Hold the phone.
Please.
2 years ago, it was reported that a 12-year-old murder, that the detectives working the Stephenson case were briefing in Delphi. Now listen. This is crazy.
It was a very complex, brutal, disturbing crime scene.
One of Boone County's most horrific killings remains unsolved. It's 12 years later, but the detectives working the Stephenson case are leaving no stone unturned. In recent months, their investigation has led them even to Indiana to look at a possible connection to this highly publicized Delphi murders.
Yeah, Jessica Schmidt digs into these new developments in part 1 of this story from Cincinnati's Crime Vault.
Detective Coy Cox and his partner make up Boone County's cold case unit, yet they say the murder of Bill and Peggy Stephenson is far from cold. In fact, they've traveled to at least 14 other states to follow up on leads, including several trips to Delphi, Indiana. And they're pursuing potential breaks in the case using a DNA profile. May 29th, 2011 was a sunny Sunday in the suburbs.
It was a spring day, like most around here in northern Kentucky.
But the day quickly turned dark after a gruesome discovery.
It was a very complex, brutal, disturbing crime scene.
2 people, both 74 years old, were found dead inside their Boone County home. A beloved husband and wife, Bill and Peggy Stephenson. A concerned family member found them when they didn't show up for church.
We think it was, a very quick surprise attack. There was some blunt force trauma.
Detective Coy Cox and his partner Tim Adams were sent to the scene. The house had been altered and the bodies were staged.
There were things that were done to their bodies that was horrific. They changed several things in the scene, which is really, really unusual for any murder scene anywhere in the country or in the world.
Whoever killed the couple did not take off right away.
There was quite a bit of time that the perpetrators, the killers, stayed in the residence or felt comfortable coming back to the scene.
In general, detectives believe that kind of behavior points to a suspect who knows the victims. And Bill and Peggy Stephenson were loved by many.
They were amazing people, good Christian people. They wanted to share their faith and their love with the community.
You know, they've missed out on so much. They've missed out on weddings. They've missed out on 3 new great-grandbabies, graduations, like I said, weddings of the grandkids. All the grandkids are married.
That's Bill and Peggy's daughter, Beth Stephenson Victor. She describes her parents as devoted churchgoers, a couple who loved their big family. Peggy was the quiet one, an experienced and talented musician.
Played for many weddings, funerals, played for a couple of the grandkids' weddings. She loved to play the organ.
You're
She played the
welcome,
piano,
Kevin.
too.
Thanks for being here.
Bill was the opposite, known as the life of the party, a man heavily involved in ministry. He shared his faith with truck drivers every Sunday at a truck stop in Florence.
They had a trailer out that they would open up during the week, and if truckers wanted to stop in and pray, they would pray with them.
That connection to the community became a possible lead for detectives Cox and Adams. Today, they handle the sheriff's cold case unit, but they're still investigating the Stephenson case. Over the years, they've interviewed a lot of truck drivers.
Early on in the investigation, we had information that someone had been at the truck stop looking for Bill pretty aggressively, banging on the door of the chapel, asking if anyone had seen Bill.
There are truckers they've ruled out, others still on their radar. They've also looked into Charles Stevie Stephenson, the nephew of Bill and Peggy. Detective Cox says they've even spoken to him recently. Stevie is locked up, spending life in prison for beating an Indiana woman to death with a skillet.
We feel pretty comfortable that that's in a good place. There is no final statement on there. It isn't that he's been cleared. but we have certainly vetted him in every way possible.
One of the largest developments in the case could still bring them the break they need to close it. Detective Cox says they have an unknown DNA profile.
We don't know who that DNA
Another
belongs
unknown.
to, and it was
Well,
found
imagine
at our
that.
crime scene.
It is complex, so genealogy isn't an option, at least right now. There is testing they can do to try to find a match, and that's something they're actively pursuing.
We're just still hopeful, that they'll come up with the right evidence that they need, and a confession would be great. But we're just still hopeful that they'll solve it.
More than a decade later, tips continue to come in. Detectives even traveled across state lines in recent weeks to see if what happened to the Stephensons has any connection to the murder of 2 young girls in Delphi.
We had received some information from an individual regarding the Delphi murders in Indiana, and they had said, for all of these reasons, we believe it may be the same person that was involved in the Stephenson case.
There's still much more to share, and part 2 will explain what to.
Isn't that
I'm gonna
odd?
go negative Ghost Rider on that one. I don't think you go from an elderly couple to a, no.
I don't know. It's just weird. It's just flipping weird. And they aren't giving the details of that crime scene, right? Because that's only what the killer would know.
Right. Well, if they tell Dr. Walla, then she'll be happy.
Walla. I want to show you guys the metadata that body pulled to show that was when this video was taken. So it is the original.
I'm gonna screenshot that.
I don't have them. Skittle. We're addicted to
Add that to
sour
my
Skittle,
selection.
freeze dried
God, it's
sour
so
Skittles.
hard to find what I'm looking for sometimes.
So that
All
is
these
the
damn
original video.
screenshots. I need to organize them.
I don't think he's smart enough to be that deep about it. I think he saw the chance and took it and panicked mid-stage. Yeah, I know, Dr. Momo. I was thinking the same thing. What time did RA say he was at the bridge? Oh my gosh, I don't remember offhand. Let me see if I can get a timeline.
And I'm right now worthless because I have to fix.
Okay, let's show this. Someone on Reddit made this. So what time was that screenshot? 11 what? 17? How is it 11:17? They weren't even there yet.
Wait, hold on. Let me look at it again. Pull it this. Yeah, because this is like 2 something and 1:30 and all that shit. Okay, so
It says 2:13 at 11:13 a.m. That can't be. They weren't even there at 11:13.
Hold on. Oh, please. Now I gotta go look at my iCloud for my screenshot that I took.
Or were they? So he changed his story. RA changed his story. Says he's on trails 12 to 1:30 at trial in 2024. In 2017 interview, he says he's on the trails from 1:30 to 3:30. Yeah, that I don't know about that 11. Elizabeth and Lyric.
I wonder
Oh my
if
God. Don't do whatever you just did. Don't do it again.
Sorry.
It's loud.
My bad. My bad. Just making sure your ears are okay. My bad.
Yeah, I'm on it. I'm awake.
Sometimes that was my secret way of like Tony does the signals. I don't came up and do my signals. I just do them like, screenshotting something.
Okay, so Snapchat photo. LG. I don't understand this fucking thing that I'm looking at, to be honest.
Where can you go back to the metadata screenshot? Because I obviously cannot. I do not want to mess up.
Yeah, it just says 213. You need to see it?
No, because it's showing just. Okay.
I have more. She has more metadata stuff. Skittles are poison.
I wonder. It would be in the. Now, wait. Here's one thing. I'm wondering. God, Baudi, why do you have to go to dinner? Why do you need to eat?
Why do you have a life body?
Where's your dedication?
So
Baudi?
here's what Andrea Burkhart said about it on X. She says, guys, all I can say about this is that as best as I remember these videos from the trial, this looks and sounds to me like the one that was stabilized and enhanced. If it is, it will be the same as Exhibit 207 from the trial. If it's what we were told was the original, it will be the same as Exhibit 200. That said, I am, of course, the first to acknowledge that memory is faulty, so I could be wrong, and I wouldn't argue with metadata showing it to be the original. Ultimately, this is exactly the reason why it's important for trial exhibits to be publicly released so that everyone can see both versions for themselves. So there's two versions of this, regardless. Oh, the time zone.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is this Baudi's time zone?
It is. It must be.
Okay,
Mhm.
that's what I was.
So it's 3 hours different then, right?
Right. So this would be 2:13.
Okay. So that makes more sense then.
That's why I was thinking. All right, I'm still working, guys. Like my memory's still intact. Not a complete dum-dum yet.
So what I would like to know, and I know this is kind of going off on the Keegan thing, but I would like to know if Keegan pinged near RA that day. Like, did they meet up? Did RA get like a phone from Keegan? Because remember they searched the river behind Keegan's house?
You want my honest answer on that one, or?
She did. She said the only thing is different is they switched the vertical. I know, watcher. It's weird. The van guy. We got the van guy too. Well, I think that we should be able to see both versions. Like, are we seeing? Well, obviously, we're not seeing the more enhanced one because this one isn't flipped.
I'm asking Baudi right now.
Leave her alone. Let her eat.
Well, I mean, I'm not like, it's not gonna shock her when it goes through. She can either she responds or doesn't. But
So must be definitely the original from her phone. Yeah, I followed Lauren. I followed Andrea. I followed
would you
Lawyer
follow
Lee.
Lee? Me
and
too.
I listened to Murder Sheets. I followed those 4.
I got one of my questions on Lawyer Lee answered.
I like Lawyer Lee.
When she had that psychologist up and they were talking about it. I'm trying to think.
Lindsay, it's in this video. All right, we're gonna have to play this because I think we have new people that came in.
I'm not bothering her. It didn't shock her. You know, I just sent her a message in Discord.
All right, do you guys want me to play it? I'll play it a little bit slowed down. How about that? 0.75, Lindsay. This one's for you because you hear him say guys or whatever down the hill. Okay, why is it buffering like that? Hold on. You guys want it like, you guys want it big, right? Hold on.
I will refrain from.
Oh, stop it.
I know. I'm just keeping my mouth shut.
Oh, you guys can't see it? Whoops. I was sharing the wrong tab. Thanks for letting me know, UA. Jesus.
I'm over here stalking, trying to see what episode I got my question.
Stalking Body while she's out to eat.
No, I'm
Pay
stalking
attention.
Lawyer Lee's stream to see who the psychologist was that she had up when I got my question answered, because there was like a lot of people in chat.
Okay, mute, please. All right, Lindsay, this is for you. I'm going to play it from beginning to end so you can hear it. UA's muted.
See, this is the path that we go down. There's no path going there, so we have to go down here.
Hold on. I can make it full screen for everybody.
Like what she did there with that punny.
What?
Everybody. Get it?
No.
Honey. Like, never mind.
I don't get it. I thought you were supposed to be muted while I did this. What are you doing? Get back to work. All right, here we go, guys. Let's go. I've slowed it down a lot.
See, this is the path. There's no path going there, so we have to go down here.
It was right there, guys, down the hill. Hey, Spoogies. Good to see ya. I'll play it normal so you can hear it again, Lindsay. Right. Let's put it on normal speed. Do you hear it now? You want captions? Let me see what I can do here. Let's see.
See, this is the path.
No captions.
There's no path going there, so we have to go down here. See, this is the path that we go down. There's no path going there, so we have to go down here.
So that's when I uploaded it. It uploaded as a short. Yeah, the down the hill. He says, "Guys," and then she goes, "Hi," and he goes down the hill. I have actually a better enhanced one. Hang on, body enhanced. The audio kind of removed some of the background noise. So let me pull that one up. I'll play that one. Okay. UA, you are muted. I'm not sure if you know that. I just wanted to let you know.
Yeah, I was still working.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, here is the enhanced audio. You'll hear it better in this one, Kelsey. It does sound like he's far away, but I think it might be because she's holding that phone down as well. Hold on. Here we go.
See, this is the path that we go down. There's no path going there, so we have to go down here.
Hey guys.
Hi.
Yeah, I'm here.
God, when it says that, like it's
Yeah, I'm here.
That sounds like, I'm sorry,
Ron Logan, doesn't it?
I will die on that hill.
Hi.
If you know, you know.
Yeah.
Hold on, UA.
Hey guys.
Hi.
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you notice when Ron Logan talked, how his S's were like whistles? Did you notice that in the interview? His S's sound like whistles. You know how
Well,
guys, people
yeah.
do that? Listen to the guys.
Hey guys.
Hi.
Yeah, I'm here.
See, this is the path that we get on. It's so bad. There's no path going there, so we have to go down here.
Guys.
What?
Yeah, yeah.
It's so calm, too. The question is, why couldn't they have enhanced it and got rid of all that background noise? Do you remember the one that we heard had all that like they couldn't get rid of that?
Yeah, no, it was so like distorted from I'm not even sure how you make the argument that that's like even maintaining its evidentiary value of if that make
Oh
like,
my god. That was so loud for my ears.
What?
Okay, check this out. Remember this reenactment thing they did? Let's watch this. Now that we've seen the video.
An unsolved crime 4 years after it shocked the city of Delphi. Police there are still trying to figure out who killed Abby Williams and Libby German.
Tonight, as our Rich Van Wyk explains, the girls' families are hoping that there's this new online video that can help lead investigators to their killer.
The real video of the suspected killer walking toward Libby and Abby, transformed by three-dimensional augmented reality technology, gives a lifelike look to the nearly 4-year-old crime. Libby's older sister, Kelsey, calls it intense.
It was like you're standing on the bridge with them as they're seeing this.
There's the suspect approaching the girls. Libby's phone is out, taking the video, with her best friend Abby at her side.
It brought it really into perspective for me of what they were seeing. And just the person being there gave me a new perspective of what he looked like.
The original video, sketches of the suspect, a $225,000 reward, and more than 50,000 tips haven't led police to the girl's killer. The families hope this video will.
It's going to help trigger somebody's memory, and they're going to say, wow, I really do know who this looks like.
The Delphi murders are among hundreds of unsolved crimes.
Weird. And then they straight up put this. It's like, come on.
Yeah, I mean, he could be anywhere from 18 to, drawing Social Security. He could be anywhere from 140 pounds to 300 pounds. God, I've never seen such a wide range of for a suspect. Like, well, why don't you just announce he's a man? We think.
Jay, did you hear how out of breath they sounded in that video?
Alabama Mama, you scared me.
Yeah, but I think it's chilly out, you know what I mean? And they just went over that bridge.
Yeah.
You
I was
know?
just wondering if it was they were scared.
Well, maybe. Maybe.
I don't know. I think it maybe I just feel so much fear in this video, but it could be because I know of the aftermath,
It's because we know what's coming, yeah. And it sucks you can't slow down these shorts. So.
The video isn't AI.
Megan
Murphy.
No, it's real. They pulled the metadata from
Yeah,
it.
it's not AI.
And who could do that anyways?
Yeah.
It's not freaking AI. Well, I think you're going to have a lot of people that have different views. A lot of people don't think they have the right guy.
Puffin, do you want to come up? Because I would love to hear your thoughts. I mean, I'm open to hearing other
Yeah, if you want to come up, Casey, you can. We're just discussing. It's because
I mean
the background noise is gone. Well, I can't delete people for their thoughts and
No.
during a
We want
discussion.
it's good.
I personally think they have the right guy, but I mean, I'm open to discussion.
Yeah, and I personally think that they don't. So I'm curious to see if maybe my mind's. I keep an open mind because then, you know.
I want them to have the right guy. So I hope that they do. I don't know if they do. I'm not saying that I don't for sure think they don't. I just hope. I mean, I don't know. I think that the evidence was blotched. The investigation was blotched. And at the end of the day, it didn't do justice for these girls, in my opinion, because there is so many questions.
How can you get a fair opinion, though, from somebody who sat with Richard Allen's wife the entire trial and with his defense team? I just don't see that as being a fair resource. That's why I don't listen to them.
And I agree with that.
I agree, Puffin. Agreed. That's why I listen to Lawyer Lee. I listen to Andrea Burkhart, who was a little conspiracy minded, a little bit.
Is her tinfoil hat on, Jay?
Yeah, she was tinfoil hattish with Koberger too. But I listen to Lawyer Lee, Andrea, the Murder Sheets, and Lauren with Hidden True Crime, so that I got a variety,
balanced.
Yeah, I mean, I want to hear what all the people think, not just one person. If you just listen to Defense Diaries, you're not getting the full picture.
Puffin, you should come up and just don't read chat because I really do want to hear your thoughts.
No, I think me and Puffin are on the same page with all that.
Yeah, no, I want to hear their opinion.
Come up here.
Yeah, if you want to come up, Puffin Muffin.
Alabama Mama, she only bites on like days.
Yeah, they were nomadic.
Shut up, you ain't.
Didn't Lawyer interview the juror?
Lawyer didn't know. He's the one that replayed it, remember?
Oh, he replayed it.
From
you can
that
play him then.
Thing. But I watched him too.
I just wanted to see kind of what the lady was saying. I don't want to watch like the whole thing. I just want to get...
He played like bits and pieces of it, Jay. You can listen to that.
He won't stalk you.
Yeah.
No, he won't. He lives by me.
He's easy on the eyes too.
Oh, he is a sexy MFer.
Oh, it's in the news too. Delphi jurors talk to podcasters.
I'm sorry, but I feel like that if you're true crime and you shock people for listening to stuff like that, that is really wrong. Like, it's for the world to see, you know? Like, you don't
Well,
do
if you
that.
do commentary, they can't really like. I mean, they can strike you, but you can fire back and make them take you to court if you did fair use.
Yeah,
and fair use is not putting music behind something and playing it.
I do think that Andrea Burkhart is a good lawyer. Like I do like her, and I do think that she is very knowledgeable. And in my opinion, that is one reason I question I question the trial is because
because of her only.
No, I watched her and Hidden True Crime.
All right, let's listen to this. Oh, I got to share it first. Hold on.
Yeah, kind of important.
Yeah. There we go.
For nearly a month from jury selection to delivery of the guilty verdict, 12 jurors and 3 alternates lived the Delphi trial and saw things to this day that the general public has never seen about the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German near the Monon High Bridge in February of 2017.
So I imagine a lot of them had no idea what they were in for.
While it took investigators more than 5 years to find Richard Allen and more than 2 years to bring him to court, jurors came to their unanimous verdict in 19 and a half hours of deliberations over the course of 4 days. But from the start, there was uncertainty in the jury room.
And that was the day we took a vote at the end, and it was 3 undecided, 9 guilty.
The juror said she was convinced by Allen's description of a white van that drove up a nearby road that day. Police say only the killer would know. And a trooper's testimony, who said he thought it was Richard Allen's voice that told the girls. And it was Allen's confessions in prison and his confirmation that he was on the bridge the day of the murders and was dressed like Bridge Guy.
After realizing he's Bridge Guy was pretty easy to add all of those things together. But really just things that he reported himself is really what got me closest to guilty. Although it is very eerie, and looking back, I think like who would confess that many times that doesn't actually do that? Like I can't think of how that would ever happen.
The jurors said that prosecutor Nick McLeland's closing argument, referring to Libby's video of Bridge Guy and Abby hiding the phone, stuck with her throughout deliberations.
When he said that, she always wanted to help police solve crimes, like that broke my heart. And that they both, hid the phone, got the video, and if it wasn't for that, we wouldn't have found Richard Allen. Yeah. So that stuck with me. Does anyone disagree that Richard Allen's Bridge Guy? And no one did. You really can't. I think we made the right decision. I really do.
After spending a month on the Delphi jury, this juror told us that Judge Fran Gull told them, if you ever get called for jury duty again, come see me. We'll get you a pass.
Oh, how nice of her.
Yeah.
I don't know. That juror, what did she say? The first vote was what?
9-3.
9 guilty.
3. I
have to put faith in our juries. I can't question our juries like that.
Well, let's look at the people in the Sebastian case.
I mean, you got to be careful with YouTube too, because a lot of people like to be sensational. So
Well,
you
I
have
get
to be
that.
careful. Like you have to be careful if they're a little more sensational than, 2 others that you're listening to, you got to wonder why, right?
Oh,
like
no, I'm just saying, like, I've been on like, dang, I hope I don't ever, my life ain't in any of these people's hands and some of these people's chats, like with some of the things that they,
Right, but that's why they have jury selection, right? The defense got to sit through jury selection. It's fair. The jury was picked fairly. I don't know. I mean, maybe she is ignorant about false confessions. Maybe that is a thing.
I think a lot of people are very naive when it comes to false confessions. They think that it's impossible. They don't also understand mental illness and how confinement.
Who says he has mental illness though? He had anxiety.
The type of confinement that he was in for as long as he was in, Jay, and the medications he was on antipsychotic.
Yeah, I know what he went through. I followed it all.
Like,
I'm not saying that that's okay, but it doesn't mean that he's innocent either.
No, I'm saying it means he's innocent. I'm saying
He could be treated shitty and still be guilty.
Well, yeah,
Right,
in normal
but-
prisons, you're not allowed to be in confinement for that long. You know what I'm saying?
Well-
in normal prisons, there's
Yeah, I don't know why they did that. I don't know why they didn't have him in county like everybody else.
Exactly.
That's weird to me.
like it's against the law for them to have you in confinement for over a year. Like they can't do that. Usually, when you go to solitary in a prison, it's for like 10 to 30 days because you do start seeing things. You start talking to yourself. You do start hallucinating when you're in a confined space for.
Well, I just don't know why they put him there. I mean, look at Stephen Stearns. He's sitting in county jail. Why couldn't Richard Allen sit in county jail? They didn't have the security to protect him.
Protection or whatever, but yet they had a one-on-one with him at all times, 24/7, 365. I also know the side effects of Haldol too. Like that's, one has to question.
He was bitching about being mistreated in the county, so they moved him. His lawyers had him moved.
But I still feel like that like it was inhumane for them to do what
It's
they did.
definitely inhumane. It was,
And
in my mind, it's torture.
and then you can't. Then in the county jail, you have places for lawyers to come talk to you without anybody hearing it or seeing it, because your attorney private, you have a client privilege that is not supposed to be heard. They were videoing his.
Yeah,
They were
prison from
videoing
day
him.
one. I don't
They
think you.
were watching. He never had attorney client privilege without law enforcement or somebody there observing him. And that is not legal. That's because they didn't have a room at the prison for that. Because once you go to prison, usually you don't need an attorney to come visit you all the time like you do if you're going to trial. So prepping for trial was almost impossible because
Well,
of him being in the prison.
Jeremy, this wasn't just like prison in the sense of like
Right. He
general
wasn't
population.
sentenced.
No.
This wasn't general pop prison either. This was
like a 20 by 20, 14 by
hole,
14 room.
like what's called in the hole in
Yeah,
prison.
solitary.
Solitary.
Confinement.
You do solitary for as long as he was in there, and I promise you, you will be doing some crazy things that you will be acting a fool.
Yeah, it's against the law. Like there's a reason for that, is because it literally does. Solitary is to punish you, but you can only be in solitary for so long without starting hallucinations. Like he said he raped his daughter. She said that's not true. He said a lot
How
of
do you
shit
know he
that.
didn't?
Well, I mean, I don't. That's why I have. That's why. That's why I have a problem with it, is because I don't really know. I do truly hope to God that he's guilty, but I feel like that the evidence, I feel like the attorneys didn't get the chance to prove that he was innocent because of the judge not allowing it. I do think that third culpability should have been allowed because it is allowed in every other trial. Like that's your defense. You're allowed to do that. The fact that she wasn't doesn't make the fact that the judge didn't allow it. That's not normal. The judge didn't allow so many things that normal trials are able to do. So I think that makes me question things like, why was this trial not treated the same as every other trial with the same guidelines? Like there's nothing wrong with your defense coming up with another solution to why you didn't do something, because the truth is we as people, if you didn't do it, then who did? We do need that. And they wasn't able to put that on as a trial. They wasn't able to present that to the jury. Then, the confessions. I would never confess to something I didn't do, but I also can understand why somebody in that part of isolation would. Like,
Well, it happens a lot. But what I would like to ask those jurors, if you didn't have the confessions, where would you stand then?
Yep.
Like,
you should play some of that.
Like, take the confessions out of the picture, then what?
I believe
Because
that they would have been hung.
I think it would have been hung too.
Because it would have been hung for me. Like I'm not saying he's innocent by no means, because I don't think that they just.
I mean, we don't know. I mean, his daughter, yeah, she said that never happened, right? He
But
said
that's
it
his
did,
kid.
but
No, he didn't.
not everybody admits that shit.
No,
agree.
well, here's the thing.
I don't think any of his story makes sense, that he went to his parents' house. He was, because his mother was sick. Then the family was going out for lunch. He declines the lunch and instead goes to the fucking bridge to look at fish. Just
Well,
stop
we have
buying it.
another guy that's going to buy tropical fish.
I know. That's what
20
I'm
miles
saying.
away, one
It's
way.
weird.
So let's not forget that. And they were found on his property, Mr. Tropical Fish Guy. We have the fish watcher and the fish purchaser. And he ended up on the fish purchaser's property,
Who said he would never cheat on a cigarette?
I think truly that
We need to do a poll too.
I think Richard
I
Allen does
sent
have
you a text,
something
too.
involved. I'm not. That's why I'm saying I don't think he's not guilty. I just don't know if he's alone in his guilt. And if he isn't, that's not okay for society to have a murderer that took two victims that are children. At the end of the day, they're kids. They're not just some women that you was in a relationship with and domestically abused them. These are kids that you abused and you you abused and you murdered for no reason. Like there wasn't even any excuse for it. Usually people get sexually assaulted and then they have a reason to kill somebody because they don't want to be told. There was no reasoning. You just took their lives to take their lives.
Well, somebody did it, even if it wasn't him, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And the thing is, if it wasn't
Why?
him, then we have a problem here because we have an innocent person behind bars and we have no justice for Abby and Libby. And we have so it's at the end, no one's winning too by just having an innocent man behind bars just to say, oh, we have somebody behind bars. In my opinion, I think that the state needed to have someone held accountable for that crime. And there was,
there was a
politics.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
politics
they
played a
had to
part.
have someone accountable, but it had been so many years. I mean,
Right.
why
Yeah.
nail it on RA then?
Because of the
Because
election.
they're running out of time. Election.
It was it was right before election for the new election to start. I do agree with that.
Yeah,
They
I
did
don't
need somebody.
know.
Jaybird.
I mean, I know there's
Jaybird,
corruption,
Jaybird.
and I know that this was handled fucked up.
What do you think about the FBI though, Jay? Like
I
the
don't
FBI.
like that they pushed him out. They didn't want their help. I'm always sus of when any agency doesn't want the help of the FBI that has more sophisticated equipment, can analyze these videos better. Why wouldn't they want them?
And then with the FBI, like who they thought it was, what they thought that the crime scene looked like. They also didn't want that in either. Like
You're right.
why?
They
Like,
didn't go with that. You know what it is? It's like they get a narrative and that's what they go to prove, right? Whether it's really the truth or not. That's what I've seen occasionally is that the narrative they choose isn't really even maybe necessarily what really happened, but they go and they like curtail the evidence to fit that narrative and they leave the shit out that doesn't. And it seems like that's what they did.
but
And that's what I don't like. I don't like that Keegan Kline, who was the one that was talking to them all night long the night before, sending videos, Snapchatting back and forth, was completely unmentioned because you're not telling us the story. You're giving us your narrative. And I don't like that.
Or how about the little girl's boyfriend that's dad had pictures that looked just like the crime scene on his Facebook.
There's also that.
That's wild. You know what I mean? Like if nobody should have saw that crime scene because there was no pictures until the trial. Why? How did you know right after this murder happened what that crime scene looked like? How those girls were stationed? Like you had pictures of drawings that looked just like that. That's weird. And then his buddy Patrick, they're asking for his DNA.
Well, all them guys aside, though, we know that Keegan Kline's house was raided within a week of the murders. They connected him digitally to those girls.
Okay.
And that's why I want to know why the fuck he wasn't mentioned as part of the story.
Because allow it.
Let me ask you this. If you're the prosecutor, what is your most convincing piece of evidence as to Richard Allen's guilt? Jay.
Mine would be the confessions.
Okay, Jay, what's
the question?
If you're the prosecutor, what is your most convincing piece of evidence as to Richard Allen's guilt?
It would have to be the confessions.
Okay.
But then that makes no sense too, because how was he sitting in jail to confess without any evidence to prove before that, you know? Like, if that's what we both say.
Well, you know what they didn't explain either, Alabama, is they didn't explain the shit they found. Like, oh, he had a little keepsake box with a bullet in it.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like, okay, what does that even mean? Like, did he save a bullet? Like, from the crimes. Like, what is the significance of that?
Okay, well, what do you think about the gun? The testimony about the gun being fired with the bullet, but the
It
gun never,
wasn't fired.
but
It
the
was
bullet was never fired. It was just, like pushed through the gun, but not fired out the end and then
right.
ejected.
Yeah.
But
Well,
the
I
bullet
absolutely
match to his gun was huge, but it was the way it was conducted. The ballistics were not done the
Correct way. So therefore, that's out of there. Let's go to the next one. So what's your next strongest one?
him being at the scene at the time frame on the bridge. No one else was there.
Wait, how can you?
Well,
How
no,
can
there
you
was
put
other
him
people there.
there?
That's how they saw him.
No, I'm talking about like in the video we see. There's one guy.
Wait,
There's
but
one guy in that
know
video.
that's Richard Allen.
He said he was there.
Hold on.
I mean, he put himself there.
Yeah,
We're not
is.
putting him there. He fucking said he was there.
But he didn't say that was him.
Where were you?
Well, he didn't
last
say it
Wednesday?
wasn't. I didn't get to ask him if that was him, but he fucking said he was there, standing on one of those platforms, looking down at the fucking fish. And then you got these girls making a video of this motherfucker walking across the bridge wearing the same clothes. I mean, you got to use common sense. I get that there's, room for discussion, but damn.
Okay, bitch, I'm convinced. You got me.
Okay,
No, I don't.
I'm not.
I'm just saying, like, I guess my most compelling evidence is that he was fucking there.
I agree.
Okay, so how many other people were there at the park that day, though?
You get on board.
How many other people were there at the park that day dressed in the clothes that he was wearing?
Yeah, that is weird.
When
He
did
said
that? When did that come out relative to him meeting Dr. Walla?
That was in his interview.
Which one?
At the police
He said he was there the day of.
Right.
Like he came forward.
I'm talking about that he was wearing the clothes that Bridge guy was wearing.
That was in his interview at the police station.
With Kathy.
They asked him.
That was when he was there with Kathy. And he said what he was wearing. And then he changed his times.
Yep.
From 2017 to 2023, he changed his times.
Well, yeah, because 2023, how long, I
mean, I just think that if I was a prosecutor, I would have went with Keegan Kline. I would have been like, all right, you're gonna testify to how you set this meeting up.
But see, then wait. But
I would say, I feel like that there is a lot of reason for him to be pointed out. He said he was there in the interview. He didn't have his phone anymore. He had got rid of it, but he had phones before. The gun that he had matched the ballistics of the bullet that could have went through that gun. There is a lot of evidence that builds up to it being Richard Allen. There is. Do I believe that it has to be? No, but I do agree with Jay on that. I am more inclined because I have to be, in order for me to be able to live in society, I have to feel like our justice system has our best interest. Because if they don't, we are all screwed. So I hope to God that they would not pin this on somebody. Does the evidence necessarily make me feel like he done it? No. But I also don't know what all the evidence is because it wasn't a trial that we could go to. We got hearsay from different people that was
well,
there.
I don't even think we're getting the story, okay? Because obviously there was a connection between Kline and Allen or whoever did this. There had to be. So could they not? Maybe they couldn't prove it because Allen got rid of the fucking phone. That was the only phone he didn't have.
Wait,
I think that
the dude had a million phones except for that
not
one.
Prove it through maybe phone calls, text messages.
I have no idea. I mean, I'd love to know.
I
would love to know.
Prove it without a phone.
That's exactly what I think. I think that Richard Allen is involved with Keegan Kline. I believe that they are both perpetrators.
But I don't think Keegan Kline was physically there, is what I'm saying. I think Keegan Kline is behind the scenes. He's a creeper. He goes online, he catfishes, he gets these girls to do things, send them videos, send them pictures, and then he probably sells them. I mean, let's be real. He's in there for 60 counts of child pee, and that's a deal. So he's a sick fuck.
Yeah.
He was back and forth between Indiana and Vegas doing God knows what. I don't trust any of that. But if I was the prosecutor, I would have told the story, and I would have, I mean, if they linked Richard Allen and Kline together, that would have been how I would have liked to see the
But
story told. How did Keegan go about, talking to Abby or Libby or whoever he was talking to?
Don't-
Libby.
Let me ask you this then. Okay, they offered him a deal, right? So wouldn't you think if the prosecution's offering Keegan Kline a deal and that was the truth, like what you just put forth, that was the truth, that would have been part of the deal?
No, because I think they were prosecuting and using him to bust more child predators.
No, but I'm saying, like, why
I think they went into the porn thing with him. I think he was selling it. I mean, where did him and his dad get their money?
But what I'm saying is, would as high profile as this case was, as desperate as they were to have a conviction and have a solved case, they are not gonna nobody's gonna in that DA's office is gonna prioritize. Their priority is gonna be this double homicide.
It's not in the same area though. It's a totally different county.
Whoever in the comments
Totally different investigation. Totally different investigators and detectives.
But
completely different.
I mean, I'm just saying, like you.
I'm telling you, they made a deal with Keegan Kline, and a month later they arrested Richard Allen. Tell me there's not a connection.
Hey, whoever's in the comments saying I flip flop, I do flip flop. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm telling you, a month after Keegan Kline made a deal and was sentenced, they arrested Richard Allen.
Let's look back at let's replay our lovely shank lady and that on the Inside Edition video interview again.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything. I mean,
don't
what is
think
that?
You don't think that's suspect?
No, I mean, maybe they got some info from Keegan Kline and went back through the shit.
And they told the CPS, like the former CPS worker volunteer.
I don't know what I don't know. I'm just saying.
Let's just listen to
there is a coincidence between a month that Keegan makes a deal and Richard Allen is arrested.
Sometimes
they searched the river behind Keegan's house. They raided his home 7 days after the girls were murdered. Raided. And you know what? But you know what? Richard, listen though, Keegan Kline communicated with the Anthony Shots account.
Right.
And wondered what was up. And he said, did you meet the girls or whatever? And that person on the Anthony Shots side said, no, they didn't show up. Well, guess what?
Weird.
Keegan Kline, when they found the bodies, he was able to clean all his fucking shit. So when they raided his house, guess what? There was nothing. So they had to continue watching him for two and a half more years before they could catch him again with the child porn stuff. Because another girl came forward, like a 14-year-old.
Okay, so there's a connect. That's establishing a connection between Libby and Abby and Keegan.
But Anthony Shots set a meeting up with the girls. That's why they wanted to go there.
Right, and but what I'm saying, we've got that, but where's that doesn't do.
So I mean, I don't believe that. I don't believe that Richard Allen was just there and they were there to meet Anthony Shots and he took an opportunity. No, I think there's definitely a connection. He knew they were going to be there.
Isn't Anthony Shots Keegan?
He made the account, but this is my thing. Did he give the login to someone else?
Oh,
because after they were murdered, he messaged Anthony Shots and someone responded to him and said the girls didn't show up because he said, what the fuck happened? And they said they didn't show up. And he was like, then they found their bodies and he was like, oh, fuck. And then the next thing you know, they're raiding his house. So they had some kind of a connection after the murders to raid his damn home.
Wouldn't they have put that out there? Because they don't need
They did.
a phone. hold on. They don't need a phone in order to do like find out where the like trace where something was logged into. And like who accessed that account or what VPN it came from or
Well,
what.
that's what I would like to know. That's why I would
If
like.
they had that, don't you think they would have presented that at trial? It would have been in the PCA.
I don't know. I'm wondering why they didn't.
It would be. I mean, that's evidence for your argument.
But if you read, which we did, we read through the transcripts of Keegan Kline's interrogation, and they're asking him all about Libby. He talked to someone in her family. There's connections there. There's something weird.
That's them though, Jay. That's not Richard Allen. That's them. You haven't made the connection for me. Like, I'm trying to figure out where's your connection for Richard Allen, like this, a solid connection. One that
I don't have one. That's why I said I would have liked to known the connection between.
Well, they don't
Keegan,
have one, Jay, or else
Tony. That doesn't. I don't think that that's necessarily true.
No, you think that if the prosecution had that, they wouldn't have put it forth?
No, not if they were trying to bust up in a bigger ring. They
Well,
wouldn't.
not if
of
they couldn't
that's
connect
not gonna
them.
Protect. No, that's not going to protect anything. If they're not going to.
I don't think they're protecting anything. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, they're not going to.
I'm saying they felt like they didn't need to use all of that to convict him, and they left it out. That's what I'm saying.
Why would you go? No, you can tell me they spent all this, like, all these man hours going back and revisiting everything, and they're going to go, oh, I think we have enough, guys, without using our big connection. Like, yeah, Jay, come on now.
My problem with that, Jay, is if they
I don't think that they have a big connection.
Let's go
I'm
back.
saying there's got to be some kind of a connection.
But
because he was on the witness list. He was going to testify.
Because the girls were, he could have been on the witness list, Jay, as to why the girls were there. You don't like it's and about the meeting and stuff. It doesn't mean that there's a connection.
But maybe they couldn't prove a connection. Maybe they couldn't
then
prove that Richard Allen was on the Snapchat because he didn't have his phone.
Then you have reasonable doubt.
Well, that's probably why they didn't use Keegan Kline then, because there'd be reasonable doubt.
Well, but you just said a second ago that they didn't need it to use. They didn't need to use the evidence linking the two of them, right?
No, I'm saying they didn't use it. I don't know what they have linking the two of them.
But
what I'm saying is that we know that Keegan was communicating with them, a mere hours before they were murdered.
You can have two things be true at the same time. You can have Keegan as a.
So they go there and they get murdered, right? They talk to this guy on Snapchat who's a creeper, and they go to the meeting spot and end up dead. And that's a coincidence. I can't not with the location. I can't do it.
I agree with Jay with that.
Not at that bridge. Nope.
I don't believe in coincidences like that.
Well, you know what? So can we go back?
That's one reason I think
if you go back and listen to, I think let's go back and re-listen to the Inside Edition and Kathy Superhero.
Hang on, I got a question. Didn't Keegan Kline take a plea deal?
He did, yeah. And then a month later, RA was arrested.
Okay, so and my thing is in that plea deal, if they had some kind of thought that he was connected to Richard Allen, wouldn't they have put in the plea deal that was the deal? Is you have to tell us what happened, like the truth. Like,
maybe he doesn't know. You know what I'm saying? Because it seems like when he messaged Anthony Schatz, whoever was in control of that account, he said, "What happened?" And then the person on Anthony Schatz's side responded and said, "They didn't show up."
Yeah, I know that, but
But
if it was Richard Allen that was on the other side of that account, right? He would know it was Richard Allen, and that would link Richard Allen for sure to those girls.
What if he doesn't know who the fuck it was?
That
I mean, do
maybe.
all these people that sell child porn know who's on the other end sending it? No. Fuck no.
That's a possibility.
Right? I mean, they're not going to give their name, say, "Hey, I'm Richard Allen. I want to hook up." I mean, there's ways that these creepers do this shit.
Do we know what his deal was that he took?
Yeah, I went over. I have videos on it. I can't remember off the
Can
top
we
of
look
my
at,
head,
can
but
we look at my friend Kathy again? Our dear old sweet innocent volunteer that saved the day.
why are you all over this lady?
Because she has some pretty sus things.
Oh my God, she's lived in this Delphi town her whole life. They're weird. I mean, what's her name?
Kathy
Shank.
Yeah.
I don't even know who that is.
She's the one that found the tip to RA. And of course, there's got to be a conspiracy behind
mad.
it.
All big mad. Jay's all big mad.
All right, here's your lady.
Thank you.
Everybody else.
The lady of the hour.
And even you being so
I don't-
humble.
I
Like,
think
this is a
she's
team
just a-
effort, you know?
Absolutely.
What was it like for you?
Well,
to be a
I do
part
think
of
I think it's a little weird. Okay. I think it's a little weird to bring in a volunteer who's been friends with law enforcement and the prosecutors for so long. I've never heard of like civilians working on investigations. I don't
On a
like
high
that.
profile like this, let's not think this is not just your average case, run of the mill case, Jay. This is
No, I mean they're sloppy. I mean, clearly they're small town, they're sloppy. They didn't take
Well,
help
they're
of the
t-
FBI. They thought they could
Why are
handle it
they-
all.
Well, why is that, Jay? Why are they icing out the FBI? Who ices out the FBI? for small-
Because I think that these guys get egos and they think they can do it without the
or
the
they
help.
have an election coming up, Jay.
I mean, I don't like it, but I'm just saying.
Or it was election season.
This is a really small town. You guys got to remember that.
And elections go far. A conviction in this crime will guarantee you another 4 years of a job and maybe more.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they're just kind of sloppy. I think we might see some sloppiness in the Idaho case too. But I don't think this lady is, but we'll play her.
this? I mean, obviously, you talked about it in trial, about how you came back and you wanted to volunteer. Why was that so important?
I had worked with law enforcement my entire adult career for 40 years through Department of Child Services, through Child Protection. And I knew several of the law enforcement officers, the prosecutor at the time, Rob Ives. And when I learned of this, I contacted Rob and said I'd like to help.
And that is exactly what you did. I mean, so much. Your role, obviously, we know from your testimony.
What I'm
helping.
What I'm wondering though is how did she know that they needed help? Like, what did she think? Like when she called and said, "Hey, I'd like to help." Like, what did she think they needed?
My
help
muted
with?
ass was over here because I was going to be saying.
I thought you were a little quiet.
I know. I was running my mouth over here, going, just talking away. No, here's the thing. I want anybody. Don't really do this, but I mean, just think about hypothetically. If you were to call your local district attorney and say, "Hey, I know you have an unsolved case, and I just think, I can help you out. I'd like to volunteer. So can I volunteer to work on that case for you?" Like Sebastian's case, okay? Let me call up Sumner County and say, "Hey, Sumner County, I would like to volunteer."
Well, they don't know you. They know her. She worked with them her whole life. So they know her. They're familiar with her.
Well, okay.
She
So
retired and she came out of retirement to assist.
Because
I mean, maybe they are shorthanded. I don't
But
know.
if they're shorthanded, why turn down extra help?
I don't know. I think you're going too deep with it, but I think it's weird to bring in a volunteer, but
Keep going.
what was
That's some other sus stuff.
File and organize.
were any CPS calls ever called to the girls' homes for any reasons in the past? Have we ever heard?
And do all the
Not that I'm
things
aware
that
of.
need to be done in order for an investigation to kind of stay organized, if you will, the organizational side of things. When you were moving offices and you opened up that drawer and you came across this box, what went through your mind? And where, obviously we know where it ended, but what went through your mind?
When I found that, I realized that I had not heard of this person. And I went to the file drawer and found the actual file for Richard
Pause it.
Allen Whiteman at that time.
Why would she think? She said, I realized I hadn't heard of this person. Why would some random volunteer that used to be in CPS think that they should have heard of them?
She donated the tip money to the memorial park.
Questions that need answers, in my mind.
I mean, she's lived there her whole life. She's not like an informant.
I'm not saying she's an informant, but I also know how, I also have seen how the political side of, unfortunately, law works as well. And, you know, I also know how elections work. And this was election time. This is a case that everyone was hanging their hat on.
Bitch Franklin says maybe she reads the runes for them at their warlock powwows.
Maybe I do.
I mean, Richard Allen said he was at the bridge, so who cares if she did find it? I mean, he said he was there. So, like, how is there really a conspiracy? You know what I mean?
Are you trying to be clue? No. How is there a conspiracy? Okay, Richard Allen said he was okay, he was, but being at that's being at a park, being on a, that doesn't make you guilty of two.
Right, but if you can't
murders.
solve the crime, wouldn't you keep going back to the people that were there?
Why are they going? Why is she think that she should have heard of Richard Allen? It's not even a name that she would have recognized anyways, because
it's a small town.
No, because of how it was. Hold on, because of how it was even written on the paperwork, right? Why should she think she would have heard of that? They didn't even put it together. They've had this person's bridge guy. You don't think that they had put that video? Those people had seen that. They had heard the voice, and it's a small town. He worked at the CVS. How many people go to the CVS to pick up their prescriptions and, talk to them? Would talk to them there. They had
He
the
was at a
flyer hanging
bar.
up at the store.
He was at a bar with the picture right behind him, wasn't he?
Yeah. I mean, it's a small town. I can flip it and reverse it. Reverse Uno, as Granny would say.
Well, I think he would come forward because he was seen. He knew those girls saw him. They said hi to him.
Wait, but they're dead.
So,
they're dead.
no, not those girls. The other girls that said hello to him.
Oh, the ones that gave 4 to everybody?
No, someone in chat asked me a question. Like, why would... Now I forget what the fucking question was. Where is it?
Santo.
Oh, why would he come forward if he's guilty? Because he was seen, right? So if someone says, oh, and he didn't come forward and say, yeah, I was there, like,
no.
You work at CVS and one of those girls says, oh my God, that's the guy.
But nobody,
yeah.
nobody else had ever put him there except for him. They were all those tips they had, Jay, and not a single soul. Think of all the people that were there when we were talking, when Baudi was up on panel earlier, all the people that were there, and all of them gave different descriptions. That's why we had Bridge Guy being 18 to basically Social Security age. That's why you could be basically anywhere from 5'6" or whatever to 6'1". They had no freaking clue.
Did anyone identify him on the stand?
But why did his wife, when he was being interviewed, why did she come in and say, you didn't tell me you went to the bridge that day?
Because they had told his wife the cops were playing his wife too. They
Right,
were
but
trying-
she didn't know he went there. Why didn't he tell her he went there?
That's weird.
No, it's not.
It's not weird to not tell his wife that he was there the day
cops
that
were
two
playing-
girls were murdered?
The cops were playing his wife.
Right, but for 6 years, he
still.
never told his fucking wife that he was there, Yue. Why would he not tell her?
Regardless of what the cops told her, I would have told my husband
He kept
that.
the secret from his wife that he wasn't even there that day.
Have you?
That's weird to me.
I don't think that. I mean, okay, but what? So he kept just he didn't.
He comes forward to the police, but he doesn't tell his wife. You don't think that's weird?
I don't think it's. I mean, I don't think it's like. I mean, we. Maybe
I think it's
weird.
I'll tell you what, if my husband is at a park where two girls are brutally murdered and he doesn't tell me he was fucking there, I'm skying your ass.
I mean, my husband tells me if he sees a wreck on the interstate, for God's sake.
never told me.
Okay, well, I think maybe you know
with flyers. No, that's
okay. So he says you okay. So he didn't tell his wife he wasn't there, or that he was
that's
there.
a pretty big deal to me.
Like, why would he
Okay,
come home
well-
and be like, "You're not gonna believe what happened today"?
Well, but
I'd be like, holy fuck, I was there. What the fuck?
That man could have killed me, or what the
Or-
fuck is? There's two
but
girls
how-
missing, and I'm maybe possibly a
Yeah, that's not normal,
Let me
dude.
ask you this: how many people sometimes do also try to put themselves like when they're talking? Because you know, there's two different times that he gave. So, how many people sometimes will try to actually be a part of something that maybe they weren't a witness to at all?
No, I don't believe that.
Oh, you'd be surprised.
Not with him. I don't. I do. I believe right after the girls went missing, he went and told them that.
He did. He
Like,
spoke
you'd
to the
be a
park
fool.
ranger. It was immediate.
You would be a
It was
fool.
immediate that
Yes.
he came forward and said his ass was there.
If two young girls go missing, and if
I mean,
I'm
this
not
is
there,
this is Delphi, Indiana, right? This isn't Detroit. This isn't Tampa. This is a little town where
Yeah.
the flyers were everywhere, even behind
Men
Richard
are
Allen in a
creatures. I
bar.
think you should listen to Mystic. Men are strange creatures. Jay.
I don't.
No, I'm sorry. No,
That's
they
weird.
were brutally murdered, and he doesn't even mention to anyone, "Oh my God, I was there." That's weird.
Or
That's
even
not
something-
normal.
or even
This is
something
we're
like,
talking
"Work it
years
out."
and years and years and years. I mean, you just keep that to yourself? You don't even tell your wife? Like, holy fuck. I was on
Wait.
that bridge. I didn't see anybody, but it's weird.
Hold on. There are other people that said
Like,
that
you
are
ain't- I
saying
get where
Kathy
you're-
was the one that told him to go to the police. His wife was the one. So
I get where you're coming from, but also get where
What-
Jay's coming from too. That is why I am flip flop, because the truth is I don't know, and a lot of trials like Lori Vallow, I do truly believe she killed her kids.
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
there's no
that one's-
question about it.
yeah.
But I don't know I can say that for this man, and that's an issue for me.
Here's
But
the
I do
thing.
think that he is suspicious as a mother. Like, I'm
Do
sorry.
you have reasonable doubt? At the end of the day, can you say without any beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty?
No.
Can
And that
you,
is my
Jay?
only issue.
Can you? Beyond a reasonable doubt.
Jay, can you?
I would have a hard time. I still need more convincing, but
Well,
See,
all
that's
right.
why I
Then it
flip-flop.
sounds like you're hung.
I mean, it would be hard to. But I also don't see
Would
all.
you
I didn't
still
wasn't
know?
in the
Would you-
trial. You know what I mean? I'm
Yep.
going off what I know.
And what we know. Okay, let me ask you this. What about the Koberger trial? Could reasonable doubt or no?
Oh, that's a whole different beast.
Oh God, I can't
Yeah.
say because we don't even know half the evidence.
Yeah.
That one I definitely have to wait for
I mean-
trial. Because even what we know, I mean, even those texts that came out are chopped. You know, it's not the full.
We're getting there, Puffin. I'm not. See if she'll
We're
play
only getting little bits. You know what I mean? I need to know more
the
for that one.
that edition with Ron Logan and next to the bridge guy clip again.
What does Libby say before Abby ran to her? I don't know. I don't know. We were hearing all sorts of things, I think. I mean, I do. My gut tells me they have the right guy, but putting me like in a juror's seat is a different question for me. But I don't know. I think it's weird.
All right, let's see if she has more stuff.
Because if I found out that my husband was at an area where two girls were killed and he never told me for 6 years that he was there, that I'd be like, what? You're telling me you wouldn't question that? You wouldn't think that's weird?
Jay, I did think though that I remember hearing that his wife is who told him to go to the police.
I don't know about that. I wasn't
I'll
there.
look it up.
How would anybody know that?
I don't know. I feel like I heard that somewhere.
But I do know for a fact in the trial, it came out that his wife walked into the interview room and said to him, why didn't you tell me you were at the bridge that day? So I do know that for a fact because that came out in the trial. I don't know what she told him to do. I mean, where did that come out?
I'm about to find it for you. If you want to hit play, I'll be looking for it.
Oh, you still want to watch this lady? All right.
Yeah.
I think she as it had been written. And I read the report that Dan Doolin had made after he had spoken with him. And
Wait,
I, as being
hold
an
on.
investigator,
Pause. I thought that report was. So she read the report that Dan Doolin had made after she spoke.
After he spoke with Richard Allen. That was the first guy that spoke to him. That wrote Richard Allen Whiteman. Dan Doolin.
She read the report, but didn't they also record that allegedly? Or they said they recorded,
I don't think so.
right?
I don't think so. He was a park ranger. I don't think it was recorded.
You're Mystic's hero. She said.
Because don't you think they would have played that if he said it wrong?
No, because they lost it. They lost the audio.
I didn't know that initial encounter was recorded.
I'm easily persuaded, chat. So if y'all think I flip flop, it's because I do. I do flip flop because the truth is
I discussed it. I just feel like they got the right guy, but there is questionable things to discuss for sure.
Like I have no idea who done this.
And all this shit hidden from the public doesn't help.
That's exactly right. Like
right, and you have to ask, why did they hide it from the public?
I don't know.
Why are they hiding all of it?
Because it's kids. Because two young girls were murdered. Probably.
No, we have. I can go and pull up Abby and Libby's photos right now if I wanted to.
No,
now you can, but you couldn't before.
I could.
Well, they shouldn't have been out there.
Well, they were. So how did they get out there?
They were leaked by the defense. That's how they got out there.
I don't think that was on purpose, though.
You don't think that
a guy took them? Well, whoever's fault it is, it's their fault. They're the defense attorneys. You don't leave crime scene photos sitting around for anybody to just grab. I'm sorry. I do think that's their fault. I do think that's shitty. And I don't like that shenanigans.
But
if those were my daughters, I'd be fucking pissed. That's what I would be. So then this guy steals them, right? And then he passes them off to other people. And then one of the other people that got him kills himself. The FBI goes to raid his home. He kills himself. Why? What more was going on there?
But defense attorneys would never, ever, ever release photos like that on purpose. Like that's something they try to keep out at all trials because it does.
No, I think they wanted them out because of the Odinism. I definitely think they wanted them out.
That is,
I 100% think they wanted him out.
Doing that though, are they willing to risk disbarment?
I don't think it was on purpose. I think that it was somebody that.
I mean, is this something where
they're not going to get disbarred if someone else takes them from their thing? Obviously, they didn't get in trouble. Nothing happened.
Actually,
even the guy that did it. Guess what? He got a plea deal. He's on probo for a year.
No, didn't
Okay.
they take
So
them
tell
off
me
their
there's
case?
not more to that.
Well, there
Wait.
could be more to it too, because guess who has some connections over at the, like, I know how it works with like your bar associations and like those
Wait,
those
Jay, they
state
did get
bar
in trouble.
associations, and I'll say it too, the ABA, they're all corrupt as heck. I learned that I guess you could say the hard way.
No, they did get in trouble though. Like they were took off the case and had to go to like Supreme Court.
Not for that.
I thought it was for that.
No, that's not why she kicked him off. It wasn't because of the leak. I don't think it had to do with that, did it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it
Are
did.
you sure?
Uh-huh. That's why. Yeah, that's why they were kicked off, and that's why I had to go to the court. It's because of those pictures. Because she said that they had already done too much in the case,
Well,
and that was her
obviously
last
they
straw.
didn't get in trouble because they went to the Supreme Court and got back on it. So, no, there was no accountability for that. And there was no accountability for the guy who physically took them and physically shared them either. He got off. So tell me why. Why is there deals for someone like that? If I was the family, I'd be pissed.
Because
I'd
also
sue the motherfucker myself for doing that. And then I want to know why the other guy who received them killed himself before he could be raided by the FBI. And furthermore, what did the FBI find? Was it more child porn? Or you know what I mean? Who's all involved in this?
But that doesn't, ultimately at the end of the day, that is not evidence of guilt for Richard Allen.
I'm not saying it is. I'm saying the lawyers, we were talking about the lawyers,
right?
That I don't trust them because of that shit. How did it go back to Nick? How could a photo leak go back to the prosecutor when they were taken from the defense lawyer's office
I do think that
and
the
shared
prosecution had a hand in it.
via the defense?
Yeah, I do. I think that
You think
there
the
was that.
prosecutor and the defense planned a leak?
No, I think that the person that did it was working with the prosecution too.
I'm telling you, this ain't passing.
Why would that guy, though, that received him kill himself? And why was the FBI showing up at his house?
Because he had he had some skeletons in his closet. But that's not like, ultimately at the end of the day, that's not on.
How do we know all of this isn't connected, though?
Okay, if it was, then they would have brought it out. They're not gonna hold.
Not necessarily.
No, Jay, you tell me you're going to play poker.
No, when there's higher ups involved in child porn, no.
No. Jay, you do
Hell
not.
no. They hide it all the time. Look at the Long Island serial killer. Look at that case.
Chat.
I don't think
If y'all are
Nick's
going to
involved
play
with the child
poker, are
porn.
y'all gonna only like withhold? Let's say you could go to have the whole deck to play with, or you could play with 80% of the deck.
No, child porn is all over.
Child porn doesn't trump 2 child murders at the end of the day. They're not.
No, I'm not saying they're connected.
They're not going to withhold.
I'm saying, is there a child porn ring that happened to melt over into this case?
They're not.
That's what I'm saying.
Possibly so, but that they're not going to withhold presenting their full case in chief. They have a responsibility too, as prosecutors, to present.
Well, they had a huge bust as well.
No, that isn't, one isn't separate from the other. It's not an either or, Jay. You can have both things at the same time. You can still bust the hell out of that porn ring or like whatever ring, and then you can still bust the hell out of your
right. But I have a problem with naked crime scene photos and porn rings mixing. That's where I have a problem.
Too, but that doesn't.
And that's where I think there could be a connection.
But that doesn't. At the end of the day, that has nothing to do with a prosecutor not going to bat with everything that he has. That's like going on a golf course and saying, I'm going to withhold like my 1 iron, my 9, and my pitching wedge and my putter today because
Yeah,
I probably don't need them because I've got, this golf tournament down the road.
I don't know. I think they
and I'm
protect each
trying
other.
to win that one.
And
No,
that could be a reason why they wouldn't want the FBI in there. That's all I'm saying.
They don't.
I feel like,
they
listen,
don't work like.
I get what you're saying, UA, but on one hand, you can't say that we think that it's corruption, but then say it's not corruption. Like,
I'm not.
you know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm not saying that it's not corruption. When did I say that?
No, because that's
I
what
think
the,
my
if
little,
you
I
think
think
he's
my little
innocent, it's
shank
corruption.
lady was doing a good job of showing how.
They only needed to use what they thought would get them
No,
a conviction.
Jay, you are telling me how long was that defense? How long were they deliberating?
I don't remember.
But see, I agree with Jay on that. Like, I will say, like, if I think there's corruption, I think there's corruption, and I absolutely feel like there's corruption in this case.
Well, I mean, you just said there was corruption with this little old lady who retired.
Like,
why wouldn't there be corruption above her? I mean, for fuck's sake, it starts at the top. That's where the corruption begins. It trickles down on the little guys like this lady.
Like, I do think that there is a blocked investigation, and I do believe that there is absolutely corruption, and there is something going on that is being kept from us for a reason, whatever that reason is.
You
we
don't
know.
You ain't nobody. When have you ever seen a defense attorney, or not a defense attorney? When have you ever seen a prosecution say, "I'm only going to, I'm not going to bring my strongest case forth"? Please tell me, explain the logic on that. Don't please just don't worry about the porn that ring, because you can have your cake and eat it too in this case. Okay, I'm letting you know, you can have one. They're not dependent on another. It's not an either or.
No, I think via Keegan, they uncovered some rings. That's what I think.
But that has nothing to do with the prosecution.
But it has to do with the victims, right? So the victims were in communication with. We're back at a full circle now. The victims were in communication with Anthony Schatz, who was Keegan Kline, and they ended up dead after meeting where Keegan Kline told them to meet. So that's why I want to know the connection. That's all. I'm just saying there's open questions for me. That's one of them.
Yeah, right. And maybe so what if there isn't a connection? What if there isn't?
Listen, this is how I feel, okay? If there is, okay, what Jay's saying is what I also believe true. I do think that there's a connection with Keegan Kline. I don't believe that. I just don't believe in coincidences. I don't believe that those girls are there to meet somebody.
Because I don't think connecting Keegan Kline necessarily makes Richard Allen guilty. That's why they didn't use it. But what I'm saying is, I don't think they went deep enough to even connect it. I don't.
But they wouldn't have
You
had
don't think
to.
they dug deep enough to connect that?
Hi, Kristen. No, I don't. Because it was already 6 years later. No, I don't.
If they had enough at their trial to get a conviction without showing their other hand for the ring that they're trying to uncover, they wouldn't have brought it out. They would have continued that investigation under seal.
No, it's not gonna. No, hey, Alabama mama, that's not how it works. You do not
FBI
have to
do
show your hands
investigations
as to
underhand.
who your targets are of another investigation.
If they didn't need it at trial to get a conviction, there was a reason they didn't bring it.
Right.
And the reasoning could be because they have bigger fish that they're trying to catch without being known.
Okay, so they don't have to list they don't have to. You can have an investigation going on where that you're going after those people, right? And you can also have to not name them and still prove your case that there's a connection.
Well, no,
Right, but proving a connection wouldn't have convicted Richard Allen. That's
it would
why
make the case stronger. So
but he wouldn't. But if he didn't know who the fuck he was talking to, how's it going to make the case stronger? Because Allen uses a burner phone. He communicates with Keegan via a burner phone. It's gone. How do you connect them?
And not only that,
because you could do like
Keegan got rid of his shit. What do you think they were looking for in the river? They were looking for a phone.
Yep.
They were looking for a phone right behind Keegan's house, 7 days after the murders.
So maybe they thought
They
Keegan
couldn't
was their
prove a
suspect.
connection.
Right. They couldn't prove a connection between Keegan and the
Doesn't
bridge
mean
guy.
there wasn't one.
No,
Just because they can't prove one doesn't mean there wasn't
right.
one.
And just because, and the same is true as well, but like what you're saying defies all logic too.
How?
In the sense that
How?
that the prosecution is going to not
Dude,
bring their strongest case.
it wouldn't be a strong case because they can't connect the two. Like, they know there's a connection, they just can't prove it. So how
you
would that
just-
make the case stronger? It wouldn't.
Well, obviously they couldn't connect the two because they didn't.
Right. Well, there's a connection. We know there is. We know there is.
And that doesn't mean that the defense
Well,
didn't
The
have
girls
to
were
make
killed,
it.
and within a week,
think there
they're
is.
raiding the Kline home.
And
There's a reason for that.
Hold on. You can't really go out and say we know there is, though. You can say there's a high probability in my mind that there is, but you don't without the evidence and without being able to definitively link them, you cannot stand on I know this, like as this is a fact.
Right. It would make it more complicated like it is right now. And this is what the jurors would have been doing if they introduced it.
No,
That's
it wouldn't
why it was a
complicate the
botched
case.
investigation.
Puffin. What it would do is, so here's the thing. What it would do is it would actually strengthen their case. If they could prove a connection between Richard Allen and Keegan Kline, then
But they can't, right? We're saying they can't. So it would complicate things.
Right. How would it
And that
complicate?
could have been his plea
We're
deal.
just back at the same thing.
That could have been his plea deal, is to keep him out of it.
No.
No, they didn't have proof.
They don't do plea deals to keep people out of things from testifying. They do plea deals to get them in the orange jumpsuit at trial, testifying.
Okay, well, we're going to just look at the facts. And this is what we know from Keegan Kline. Okay. On February 25th, 2017. What day were the girls' murders? The 14th?
3 days later.
Right?
What?
Yeah, that's right.
They executed a search warrant on the 25th. Okay. While working the ISP case blank, which is Delphi. The FBI sent information to the ISP cybercrimes that an adult male was soliciting female juveniles utilizing the social media platforms Snapchat and Instagram. And it was Anthony Shots. They got subpoenas Instagram and Snapchat, and it returned a Comcast IP address. A subpoena was sent to Comcast for the IP associated with an Anthony Shots, and it returned to the Klines in Peru, Indiana. Okay, at 1:25 p.m., Keegan Kline was interviewed by ISP Sergeant Kunstek and FBI Special Agent Willman. Keegan was read his rights and agreed to speak with investigators. During Keegan's interview, he initially denied creating fake social media accounts and talking to underage girls. Later in the interview, he admitted to creating Anthony Shots and speaking to underage girls. Keegan told investigators he created the accounts approximately 6 months ago. Keegan stated he talks to girls he knows personally and girls he doesn't know personally. Keegan states he meets girls on Instagram. He says he knows the ages of the girls he communicates with because he talks to them. Keegan stated if a girl told him she was 16 or under, he wouldn't care and would still talk to them. Keegan told investigators he finds girls on Instagram and tells them he wants to talk on Snapchat. Keegan admitted to speaking to approximately 15 girls who were underage and advised he probably received pictures from every one of them. He advised he saved their pictures to his gallery. During the interview, Keegan stated he was fucked and he should have left. Keegan advised he packed another bag and took it to Las Vegas. I think blank is his dad. And Keegan returned from Vegas on February 25th, 2017. He stated he was going to leave when his dad was asleep. Keegan told investigators the main phone he uses is a white iPhone 5C. After Keegan's interview, he was polygraphed at Peru State Police. Keegan again admitted to creating the fake Anthony Shots profiles and speaking to underage girls. He said the girls were from 15 to 17, and he knew because that's what they told him. Keegan stated he received approximately 100 sexual pictures from underage girls. Keegan described sexual pictures as bare breasts, vaginas, butts, and girls in bras and panties. Keegan also advised he received 20 videos of underage girls masturbating. Keegan stated he would masturbate to the pictures and videos they sent him. He also communicated to the girls who were sending the pictures and videos. Keegan's polygraph questions were based on case blank. Keegan's polygraph was concluded at 7:30. Multiple electronic devices were seized. Apple iPhone 4, Apple iPhone 3, Samsung Galaxy S5, S4, Nextbook tablet, and Apple iPod Touch. On February 27th, so 2 days later, Keegan calls the ISP Cybercrimes Unit and tells them he located his Apple iPhone C that wasn't taken during the warrant. On March 2nd, the unit obtained the iPhone 5C from ISP Peru. And then the iPhone was named Keegan's iPhone. Keegan would have been 22. He had multiple CSAM of female children 12 to 17. Oh my God. Oh God, I don't even want to read that. There were files that depicted children between ages 3 and 11 engaged in an act with an adult. There were also still images showing possible drugs and images showing Keegan with a black handgun. On 5/14/2016, there was a discussion that involved the user of the iPhone and another party sharing Dropbox public links containing CSAM and child erotica media files. I don't like that, child erotica. Description of the files are listed below the chat. The user of the iPhone 4 portrayed themselves as Emily Ann 45. The user had used the Emily Ann identity. So basically, they probably couldn't connect him to Delphi and were able to get him on all this shit, right?
Oh my. That
Yeah, I mean,
sounds like a child ring.
yeah, it does.
If you have kids, delete and they have Kick, delete it. Delete all these apps.
Kick is one of them.
Check to see if there's a calculator app. Seth told us about that.
Snap? No, Chris Watts told us about that.
And yep, him too.
It's just sick. It just goes on and on and on. It says here there were no chat conversations from Skype or Kik recovered from this device that had evidentiary value. Multiple still images depicting females posing nude or partially nude and or performing sex acts on themselves were found. The ages of the females were indeterminate. Multiple users saved screen captures of conversations were found. In one screen capture, the sender specifically identified the receiver as Keegan. The user saved over 200 still images. Approximately 25 of the still images depicted females who appeared to be 14 or older. Some of the 27 images were geolocated in Indiana cities, including Bunker Hill, Galveston, Indianapolis, Kokomo, Monterey, and Royal Center. And then they have all the Google searches, which are redacted. The iPhone, this one was named Kline Photography. And look at this right here. This iPhone, even though it says Samsung Galaxy, this iPhone named Kline Photography was factory reset on approximately February 23rd, 2017.
Hold on one second, Jake. There's somebody in chat that's like blaming the parents on that. I just want to say, like,
What?
They're saying the parents are not good, like of Abby.
Oh,
and
yeah. A lot of people don't think they are.
Here's the thing. Parents, you don't know what these parents did or did not say to Abby or Libby, and regarding online dangers and kids, especially at that age.
Well, I mean, I will say I wish that they would use this, and that's one reason why I wish this would have come up, is because I think that there needs to be more awareness, and I really think that if this was brought up, that they met online at least, that it could raise awareness and they could actually do something good and maybe save some other girls from meeting up with people. That's how I feel about it. I don't know what kind of fucking parents they were. I didn't live with them. But I think that now would be a good time to raise awareness because we got the FBI sending out alerts all the time. I think it would be great to see a family tell this story.
What year did they pass away in? The girls. What was
It
it?
was it was
February 14th, but I don't know what year.
2017.
Okay, so Jake, go back up there to that Samsung Galaxy. That said it was an iPhone.
This one? Kline Photography?
Okay, so that's like a couple of days later. It was factory reset.
Exactly.
It's 10 days later. It's 10 days later. So that they were in the creek when, Jay?
Wasn't it Valentine's Day?
That's the day that they died. Or they
But
were
I'm
murdered.
saying when
They found them the
when
next
it,
day.
when is it that you were saying they were going back? They went back to Keegan's house. Remember?
What
At
day
the
did they
very
do the search
beginning?
warrant? Yeah, what day was the search warrant?
There was the search warrant, and then they went back.
The
right?
25th.
And the 23rd, he factory reset his phone. That is wild.
Wouldn't you, if you have connections to these girls that have just been like, wouldn't it make it more sense for him to factory reset his phone on the 13th or 14th, not wait 10 days?
No, he probably
Not necessarily. I mean, he's not the brightest bulb in the bunch.
Well, obviously he's smart enough to know to try and factory reset it at one point.
Wait, listen to this.
Well, Stephen Stearns tried to factory reset his too. So
There was the message from this device from MacBook, Facebook Messenger, and Snapchat. Conversations took place between the 23rd and 25th, which was the date that they did the search warrant. Discussed meeting people in Las Vegas and prostitution.
I'm telling you, they were into some nasty ass shit. And I just don't know. Maybe there was a connection with Keegan and RA, but
If there
Keegan didn't
was-
know he was talking to RA, is what I'm saying.
If there was, I'm telling you, they ain't holding this back.
Well, I wonder if they found this Emily person.
Well, Emily also got in trouble. So Keegan got in trouble. This is what he pleaded. He pled out on this case. He was talking to someone with the name Emily. He had her doing things to herself with items. And there were like two guys behind him watching. I think they were like two black guys with Keegan. And this girl, reported it and everything. I read on the case. You can look it up. But anyways, she also saw someone outside of her window or something with a mask on, like a black ski mask on.
Oh my God.
And she had given Keegan her address as well. So he had all pictures of these girls. He knew where they lived. He knew what they looked like, and he knew where they lived, and he had connection with them online. So he had that same connection with Libby. I mean, to the point where Libby was, they said, head over heels for Anthony's shots, which is so fucking sad. But on the other hand, it really tells you how ingrained he got with her with no one's knowledge. And I think that is, you can't do anything for these girls now, but you sure as fuck can raise awareness, for the
For
future.
others. I
Because
agree.
this shit is going on, more rampant than it was now or than it was then. Yeah, Keegan Kline took a plea deal, Texas Ranger.
And I'll just say, I was typing it out, but it's too much to type. Well, I mean, I'll just say it. At the end of the day, like, what I'm trying to do is make sure that we don't have two injustices. One, because ultimately having someone,
Yeah, you know what? He was he didn't start deleting shit until after he was polygraphed and questioned. He went home and deleted shit and then called and said, "Oh, I found this phone that you guys didn't have in the search."
Okay, well, no, he had already factory reset it on the 23rd. He was polygraphed on the 25th.
That was a different device.
Different device.
Okay, well, it doesn't matter. Like, when
it does matter though.
Device. No, it doesn't matter if that it's a different device though.
It says
what
right
I'm saying is that
he had several phones, right? And he started on 2/27, 2 days after being questioned. He cleared all of his shit. And he was Googling, he was in Las Vegas Googling the damn Delphi murders. You got to read the transcripts of when he was questioned, because there's a lot.
The
See, I didn't even know all this.
At the end of the day, like, it does know.
Yeah, right by me, Tara. That happened right by me.
Oh
See,
my
look, on
God.
February 26th, he uninstalled and deleted Meet Me. He did all kinds of shit.
What did
Well,
his
I'm not
polygraph
saying he
come back?
didn't. I think he did. He did a lot, and he's right where he belongs. Actually, I think he really belongs downstairs, hanging out with, the flames.
Me too.
But he'll be
He's
there
a
one
sick
day.
fuck.
What did his polygraph come back? Was it?
I don't think they said. I don't think it says in here.
So, yeah, he clearly has a lot of technology and phones.
Let me just 3 years old to 11 being
Oh, you know
molested.
what's even sicker? His stepsister's name was Emily Ann. That's
Oh
where he
my
got
God.
the name from. Lit. That's
Wait,
sick.
that was his. Wait, Emily Ann is okay. Wait a minute. Wait. That was the person he was texting to, wasn't it?
No, that's the name he used. He used Anthony Schatz and Emily Ann. Those
Who was
were
the
his.
person he was sending the stuff to? I thought that was who Emily Ann was the person he was sending the pictures to that had downloaded 200 files.
No, he just catfished with both names. He pretended to be a girl to win their trust.
The other thing is, like, couldn't they have geofit? And this is where I would need Baudi up here.
I think that's why they were looking for a phone in the river.
Couldn't they have geofenced?
I think they were missing a device.
But what I'm saying is, couldn't they have geofenced Alan, like Alan's area, like Alan's house or whatever, place of employment, etc., as well as geofenced Kline's to see if there were any unknown possible devices that they were unaware of on Alan's side. I know that's what Dave's trying to say right there as far as Keegan Kline, but I'm going back to I'm trying to say that's great for Keegan, but that still at the end of the day doesn't answer the Alan question and the connection between Alan and Keegan, if there was one to begin with.
They could have met on the dark web. They would have never met in person.
Okay,
no, these guys, listen, these people use like Kik and Meet Me and Telegram because they're anonymous.
Yep.
There's still.
So all Keegan, we know that Keegan messaged Anthony Schatz from his own account. Listen, he messaged Anthony Schatz from his own account and asked about the meetup. And whoever replied said they didn't show up because he was like, what the fuck? Like, what's going on? Because he heard that the girls were missing. And then when he found out they were murdered, he flipped out.
And then left and went to Las Vegas.
Yes.
And so
Texas Ranger, that's what I've been trying to say for 2 fucking hours.
What?
would have never
There could have
messaged
been a
himself.
connection, but LA couldn't find it. That's my point. That's why they were looking in the river. They were trying to connect it.
I
I just
guarantee
don't
you.
think they had it.
I think that she's right on that. I do. That's why I said I believe that there's an if Richard Allen is guilty, I definitely believe there's somebody else with him that has involvement somehow. No matter what, because I don't believe that Keegan Kline would have had those girls going there, and then they just got murdered after he was deceased, like after he'd done all the shit that he did. That sounds like somebody that had been involved with some evil people.
Anthony Schatz had been talking to Libby for a while. It wasn't like it was just that day. Like,
And he
oh,
wouldn't
hey,
have
let's
messaged
meet up.
himself.
She like thought she was like in head over like in love with this dude.
And he wouldn't have messaged himself saying, "Did you meet them?" If it was him,
Exactly.
he would have knew.
Right. So
So there's
yeah, it
always somebody
bothers
on the other
me.
side.
But it bothers me, yeah, that they can't track who was on the other side, is what I'm gathering. Is that they couldn't figure out who Keegan messaged and who was on the other line of that Anthony Schatz at that moment. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I agree with that.
And that's what frustrates me, I think, the most.
I think
they didn't have to meet in person or even know who each other was.
Nope.
They could have just.
I
These
think
kids don't know who each other is when they're doing this shit.
I think I think your frustration with that though maybe causing like maybe biasing some of your some of the evaluation of what of the Allen case, because at the end of the day they have not, like, the state prosecutor has not met the question is, has the prosecution met their constitutional burden?
No, not in my
of
opinion.
proving Richard Allen's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. In my mind, no. They have not proven that.
I agree. But Jay does
and
too.
in that case, it does there's absolutely, it's an injustice to have someone behind bars for a crime that the prosecution, that our constitutional, that's violating their constitutional rights. If it can happen to him, it could just
Okay, well, let's read this article. An Indiana judge has dismissed 5 porn charges against the man behind the catfishing account tied to the Delphi murders, just days after another man was arrested and charged with murder in the infamous case. Days. They drop 5 charges from Keegan Kline just days after Richard Allen is arrested. Coincidence? I don't think so. Keegan Kline was tied to the 2017 murders last December when investigators urged the public to come forward with information about a bogus online profile named Anthony Schatz. Kline, 28, allegedly confessed to using the profile to groom underage girls, get them to send nude photos and their addresses, and try to get them to meet him in person. In a 2020 interview, a transcript, Kline admitted that he had communicated with 14-year-old Libby on Instagram and Snapchat through the catfishing profile before she died. The transcript revealed that he had exchanged photos with the teenage girl and that Libby had communicated with the fake profile on the very day that she and Abby, 13, were murdered. On February 25th, less than 2 weeks after the 2 girls were brutally killed, police carried out a search of Kline's home in Peru. Kline has never been charged in connection with the murders. In 2020, so 3 years later, he was arrested and charged with 30 child SA and child exploitation felonies over the Anthony Schatz account. He has been held behind bars ever since. He admitted that 5 of the 30 were dropped. Miami Circuit Court Judge Timothy Spar agreed to drop 5 counts of possession of child porn and has a scheduled date of December 22nd for a court hearing on a motion to amend information in the case. Prosecutors had filed a motion last Wednesday asking for the charges to be dropped, saying there is insufficient evidence to prove said counts behind a reasonable doubt at trial. However, the request came just 2 days after Indiana State Police announced that a man had finally been arrested after 6 years. Mr. Allen, who is said to be refusing to cooperate, pleaded not guilty and is being held without bond. It is not clear if the move to drop charges against Kline is connected in any way to the case against Mr. Allen.
Nah. Bing bong.
Yeah, but we don't know. It's not clear. We don't know what went on.
I think it would be in the thing. For people that, I'll let you finish reading that and then I'll say what I was.
Law enforcement are remaining tight-lipped about what led them to arrest the 50-year-old. However, in a surprising move, they indicated there could be other individuals out there who were also involved. If any other person had any involvement, that person will be held accountable. Now, I mean, in the justice eyes, yeah, Keegan Kline has been held accountable. I mean, he was communicating with her the day she was murdered. You can't tell me that there's not a connection there, that he just set up a fake meetup at the end of a bridge, and then this really unlucky guy just happened to be there looking at fish that day, and they both end up dead. I mean, come on.
I'm not saying that, Jay.
And law enforcement has said that they can't say that Richard Allen did this alone. Like,
Look at this. Wait, here we go. During Kline's 2020 police interview, he denied having any knowledge about who killed the teenagers, but detectives said he failed a polygraph test on those statements.
What?
At another point in the interview, a detective confronted Kline with a message about Libby that Anthony Schatz sent to another user days after the murders. Yeah, we were supposed to meet, but she never showed up, it read. See that? Anthony Schatz sent to another user. Yeah, we're supposed to meet up, but she never showed up. Back to the 13th of February,
Okay, so that would mean that you're operating under the assumption of Richard Allen having access to the Anthony Schatz account then.
I don't know who. Yeah, I mean,
Right.
if it was him.
That's a big leap, in my opinion.
I mean, I guess you could say that maybe someone else was going to meet them and maybe they didn't go to the place they were supposed to meet. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
But he failed a polygraph for
polygraphs. There's a reason they're not admissible. You could fail a polygraph for a plethora of reasons. Like, I mean, I could fail a polygraph because, I mean, look at Seth. He fell asleep. I could fail a polygraph because
I want to know who the other user is. So why don't they know? That's what I want to know. Like,
Yep, I do too.
Well,
Keegan messaged the Anthony Keegan messaged the Anthony Schatz account. And the Anthony Schatz account responded they didn't show up.
And Keegan was not talking to himself. That was his account, but somebody else had to have had access to it to reply.
No, I'm saying.
And then he fills a polygraph when they ask him if he knows what happened to those girls. That is not coincidental. I don't believe in coincidences like that.
Okay, well, I hate to like be the bearer.
That doesn't mean that Richard did it, though.
But it does sometimes happen.
Listen,
it does.
Maybe it isn't Richard. Maybe it is somebody else. That
right. I'm
is
just
on the
saying.
bridge.
Maybe it.
But the motherfucker put himself there at the times of the murder. Come on, people.
Jay, what did you do last Wednesday at 1:30 p.m.?
I have no idea. But I did.
What does that have to do with anything?
I got my text.
What did you do last Wednesday at 1:30?
I have no idea, but what does that have to do with anything? He put himself right on the bridge looking at fish on one of them platforms where freaking we just watched a billion times. So he put himself there. Who are we to say it isn't him? He told us it was him.
No, he didn't tell us.
Basically.
No. Do you think everybody came? Misty and said, you can pin that one. Pin Misty.
I get what you're saying, like.
And how many people were there that didn't admit to being there?
So you're telling me he didn't know that the kids were murdered because he went to the police 3 days later to say he was there. He knew damn well they were murdered.
I'm not saying that he didn't know that they weren't murdered. I don't know where that came from.
I'm reading chat. I'm
Yeah.
responding to comments in chat.
You ain't. What I'm saying is I understand what Jay's saying. Whenever I agree, that doesn't mean that I necessarily think Richard Allen is the person that's in that video, but I do believe the person in that video had ties to Keegan Kline, whoever it is. It doesn't matter who it is.
Yeah,
In my
right.
opinion,
Whether
I
it's
think
Richard Allen or not.
or not. Like
I
you're
agree.
trying to put the two together, and that's not what we're saying. We are saying is whoever that person is, no matter who it is, they had ties to Keegan Kline. So that's how we're connecting the two. That doesn't mean that we're connecting Richard to him necessarily.
Whoever that motherfucker
Whoever it
is right behind them was connected to Keegan Kline.
And I agree with that. Now that doesn't mean that it was Richard. We don't. I honestly
I just don't know why everybody's so damn defensive over Richard. We don't even know him. We have no idea his personality, how he behaves, what if he
I know him.
We didn't have it. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know why you want him innocent so badly. It's
No, I don't want
wild.
I don't want him innocent so badly. Okay, I'll say this. I want him I want him to be afforded his constitutional rights that I don't think that he was afforded.
I agree. I agree with that.
And that's what I'm saying.
I don't know. He told his wife he did it. I mean, come on. Why would you tell your wife that?
But there are look.
I know about false confessions in interrogations. On the phone with your wife is not an interrogation.
No.
He called his wife and fucking told her. I did it. I don't know why I did it, but I did it.
How many days? Go I mean, you start to go a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs when you're in solitary confinement like that.
I do think that he was.
I don't know, man. If my husband didn't tell me he was at a place where there was a murder for 6 years, and then he calls me after he's arrested and tells me he did it, I might just probably believe him. I mean, you got to use common sense at some point.
I'm not saying my thing is, and for people that are asking,
but too many people watch these YouTubers that are sitting next to his wife, coddling his wife. Oh, we know he didn't do it. We know he didn't do it.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm just what I'm saying is the admissions of guilt were under. You have and all came allegedly from Walla, pretty much.
No,
like
most
of them, a majority of there were phone calls with the wife and stuff. I'll say that.
But that's not it came after he saw the evidence. Like
no,
he had his
after
discovery.
Walla fed him stuff from
but that was
9 or however many Facebook groups following the Delphi case that she was a part of. Let's not.
I agree. But
why didn't she? There was a reason she didn't keep her. There was a reason she didn't keep her original stuff. Okay, there was a reason she went back and destroyed those notes and rewrote history in my mind. Okay, there's also you have a way better likelihood of falsely confessing, especially under this. Like you have a chance of falsely confessing just being in an interrogation room for 12 hours or 18 hours. Much less you'd put somebody in solitary for 60 days and not even counting how long he was actually there. And he's gonna be I'll be confessing left,
think that he's the only prisoner to ever be put in solitary
for that long? Yeah.
For that long, yeah.
Really?
Yes.
You think Stephen Stearns has cellmates?
No,
you really think that he's allowed to mingle with the general population?
I don't believe that he's in a
hole. No, he's not.
He's not in the hole. That's like
he's by himself. He is by himself. That motherfucker is by himself. He killed a little girl. He by himself.
He was in ad sag in a county jail by himself.
This is the hole. He was basically living in the hole, Jay.
No, it is way different. Like it's unconstitutional. It's
not
legal.
Night and day difference.
Yes, like I've been to jail. I went to jail for 9 hours.
What does that have to do with his guilt or innocence? Why can't that be a separate issue, right?
People are saying, and people are talking about he admitted, he confessed. That's why he's guilty. No, if they're false confessions and they're under duress because you've been your constitutional rights were violated too by being in the hole and being fed from a psychologist who shouldn't even have a freaking license to practice.
I do think that he had an unjustified trial, and that is my problem. Like, I feel like that the trial, the shit that went on before the trial, the stuff that came out at the trial,
His lawyers wanted him in that fucking prison. So talk to them about that.
I don't. His lawyer. I'd like to see the receipt on that one.
They said it. They were complaining about how he was treated in the county.
No.
So they moved him to the damn prison. I remember when they moved him.
That was the judge.
That was the judge that moved him, Jay.
Yeah, that was not the lawyers. The lawyers didn't
Well,
even
the
know about
lawyers
that.
must have motioned
They
for
thought
him to move
they
then.
did not want him to go into that prison.
I'm
That
telling
was
you, they
first-
motioned for him to be moved.
No, they didn't. That was the
they
judge.
did.
That was the judge saying that they couldn't protect him. That's not true. That was the county saying that they could not protect him at their county jail. So the judge put in a motion without the attorney's knowledge. And he was
January 12th, 2024. Attorneys for Delphi murder suspect Richard Allen file motion to move him to a different prison. His attorneys filed the motion 1 month after he was moved from Westville to Wabash Valley.
Right, because he was
Those are
already
two
out of prison.
prisons.
So they were trying to
Yeah.
move him from one prison to at least a different one.
That was
Because he went
closer.
back to county. That wasn't an option at the time.
Yeah, the county was
No,
the
he
sheriff's
was
department.
moved from Westville to Wabash Valley or whatever, however you say
Westville
that.
is a prison.
That's the prison. He went from county to prison. They're
From
filed a
prison to
motion
prison.
to move him from prison to a different prison.
Yeah.
Because Wabash was the worst of the worst.
Yep. It was the judge. The attorneys didn't have anything to do with him
Well,
going to the prison.
Why was he moved from Westville then?
The
move from Westville was because of them saying they couldn't properly protect him.
No, Westfield is the prison.
Yeah, they're both prisons.
He went from county to prison.
Oh my God, I'm getting a headache.
The Odinism is why they wanted him transferred, because they said that the Odinism. So they had him transferred because of the way that he was treated at that prison to another prison.
Well, it says here that they wanted him moved because they claimed he was not being treated similar to other pretrial detainees who are held in county jails, and they cited the different distance of travel and visitation conditions at Wabash Valley because it was too far.
That was prison, though. That you're talking about prison. That's not them saying they wanted to move from county to
No,
prison.
they wanted him moved from prison to county.
No,
it says oh my God, I'm
Yes, they
reading
did.
it, UA.
Yes,
It
they
says
did.
his
They wanted him
attorneys
back
are.
in the county.
Hold on, I'm
Oh,
reading
yeah,
the article. Hold on. His attorneys are requesting he be transferred to either the Allen County Jail or the Adams County Jail. That was their request.
And they wanted him out of the prison because, like I was trying to say earlier, pretrial inmates.
He was put in prison immediately in Westville. He never was in county.
No, yes, he was. He was in county first. He went from county to prison, from prison to prison. He went to county.
And then they wanted him back in county?
Yes, because they never wanted
Jesus
him moved
Christ.
from the county.
Cheese and rice is
What a mess.
It is and you have to say
He
why.
didn't have a say about him being moved from the county. It was to protect him, is what the judge said. The judge said that that's what they did because they couldn't protect him.
There's something off about this judge every which way to Sunday. I'm just saying.
Yeah, see, that's what the judge said that the county could not protect him because he was on suicide watch. And they couldn't protect him from the other inmates. They didn't have the capacity. So they transferred him out. The judge did, without his lawyer's knowledge. They transferred him out of the jail to the prison and put him in solitary. His lawyers didn't like him being there and the confinement and the restrictions that he had on him at the prison. So his lawyers motioned to have him removed.
I mean,
from
how
the
many
prison.
times have you heard of a prisoner been moved so many times? In April of 2023, they requested he be moved then too.
There's a reason, Jay. They wouldn't even show.
I mean, he was in Westville, and then they weren't happy there. Then they moved him to another prison. They weren't happy there.
There's a reason
Because he
that
should have
they
been in the
wouldn't even
county.
show, like the the people in the gallery the the conditions that he was in during prison. They only the jury got to see that.
Well, they
The
actually
gallery
motioned for him to
the
be
gallery
moved
didn't.
numerous times, but they kept declining it, denying it, denying it, denying it, and they eventually did get the judge to allow him to be moved, but they were not wanting him to go to another prison. They was wanting him to be sent back to the county where his lawyers could come in and pre-set him up for trial, because at the county jail they have a place where you can be tried, where your attorney could come in and set you up before the trial starts. It's for pretrial hearings. They don't have that in the prisons because you don't usually have that kind of lawyer. They don't have rooms like that. That's why whenever he was in those rooms, he was
Good point.
videoed.
Well, now he's got a permanent room. How about that?
Well, how about this? What if he shouldn't be there? What if he's innocent and got a permanent room?
What if anybody's innocent and gets a permanent room? I mean,
but
I trust the jury. That's all I'm going to say. Is I trust the jury. I do.
I think that there should be another trial.
There was also a lot withheld from the
Am I against him getting a new trial? No, I'm not.
I think
Then give him a new trial, Misty. I'm not against that.
No, like even
I mean,
Jay
go
said
be
that she
friends
couldn't
with Richard
predict.
Allen, for fuck's sake. I wouldn't want to
I'm
be.
gonna be his
No,
pen
I
pal
think people
after
are
this,
getting mad at
Jay.
Jay.
You're gonna have me writing Richard. I'm just kidding. I'm not.
I mean, but what if he's not, Misty Ann? What if they got it right? What if the jury got it right?
Then let them get it right after a fair trial, Jay.
I don't know. If I was a juror and I said, I feel after seeing everything that I didn't see in trial, and I still felt we made the right decision, and they obviously agreed on the right decision.
Well, that's
so.
one. That's one of 12. All it takes is one to hang a jury, though. All it takes is 12 angry men. And do you know who would be that person in the jury room?
Yeah, it'd be your ass, and we'd
Vonda.
take you out. We'd fucking take you out, girl.
I know. Y'all
We
would
would
take me out
conspire.
that-
me and Alabama would be like, okay.
Y'all would take me and throw
Yes,
me out.
She
that
turns
fucking
her back.
window Quick.
Yeah, we would take you out because you are hard headed.
Who, me?
No, her.
Oh,
I love her, but she is so
No, they
hard headed.
didn't see anything in the everything in the trial, but afterwards they could watch whatever they wanted, and they did interviews, and they said they made the right choice. They don't have any regrets.
Do you know how long those transcripts are? They're still freaking typing those transcripts.
Listen, I think people think
I'm
Jay,
not going to visit him.
Facts.
Richard Allen, nobody has to worry about me visiting Richard Allen anytime soon.
Please
I have
don't.
other visitors to go,
Don't visit him.
that like me better, that are closer.
Please
that need to be
don't.
worried about me.
Because there is a lot of, evidence pointing to him too. That is sus.
Also,
so.
if you've never seen the movie 12 Angry Men, you please go watch it. It is a fantastic movie. You cannot be into true crime and not have watched that movie. You are doing yourself a disservice.
What movie?
12 Angry Men?
Oh, never heard of it.
This is
What in the actual you're shitting me right now. Tell me you're kidding.
No, I'm not kidding you, but I'm gonna actually get off here, but listen to this. I gotta tell you guys something.
God,
I got a message today that Dr. Gary is very upset. And I just opened up YouTube, and White Boy is live, and it says Green Team Dr. Bricado wants to sue.
What? Huh?
Yeah, he's not happy with my chats, apparently.
Dr. Gary Bricado?
Yes. Not to change the subject, but I think we need a subject change.
Okay.
Yes.
That's fine, but watch 12 Angry Men. I'm gonna.
Okay, here's the link if you guys want to go over and
White Boy.
bomb White Boy, because
what should we send him over with? Like people drop in his chat.
I don't know. I don't really have a icon.
I guess go over his cooters.
Yeah, just put cooter salutes. Hold on. Let me check my message. Hold on.
I don't want Dr. Gary
Just
mad.
got this from
I'm so afraid.
It was on Jay's video, the one starting with Gary. I didn't even know. He's screenshotting people in chat.
Oh.
Go fuck yourself,
Yikes.
Dr. Gary.
Oh, shit, Alabama.
Dr. Gary,
Oh,
same
man.
Wait, is this the same Dr. Gary that I've heard about, like, like sexting with people on?
Oh, my God. Okay, we're going to end this. We're going to go over to White Boy.
All right. Bye, boy. See ya, White Boy. Bye, everybody.
Bye,
Sorry.
ladies. Thank you.
This
Thank
is
you
what
for
a
the
philosophy
discussion.
class is like.
Good to
and
talk to you, Jay.
If
I'll
I
talk
ever
to y'all
end up in
tomorrow.
a jury with these two, I'm dead. So,
Okay, we'll
You
watch
are.
12 Angry Men in Discord.
yes, Kels. Good idea. Yo,
All
yo, yo.
right, bye, y'all.
Oh,
Bye.
Lord have mercy. All right, I'll see you
Roll
guys
Tide. Roll
over
Tide.
there.
Sparring.
I cut her off. Oh my gosh, Dr. Gary, you are so smart and handsome. What are you so upset about? Oh man, what a great discussion though. Thank you guys for listening and hearing us out and debating and chat. I appreciate you guys. Sorry, UA. You know I love you, girl. We're off to White Boy Lockdown Radio, who is talking about this right meow. Here is the link. Thank you for joining me tonight. I will see you guys in the next one. We're going to do call-ins tomorrow evening on Sebastian Rogers' case, and we might throw some Idaho 4 in there as well. Kels, thank you for the super sticker coming in hot at the end. You made so much food. I know I'm starving. I got to go eat. It's okay, Misty. Yeah, I love I love the debates. I may get heated, but I'm not mad. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I mean, UA? All right, see you guys on the flip side. Bye.